Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Please remain standing for prayers by my chaplain, Canon Brian Pippin, before we start the meeting.
In this season of St. David, we celebrate Wales, its life, its culture, its gifts, and its beauty. Let us pray for Wales and the contribution this local authority makes to the fabric of this Welsh community. Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks and praise for this land of Wales and all its life. As we celebrate St. David and Wales in worship and Eisteddfodau, give us a due sense of the blessings and grace you have endowed us with by placing us in this fair land. And as we deliberate today in Council over the issues that affect the fabric of this community, give us all a determination to serve this community as we believe St. David served Wales, with faithfulness, courage and compassion, and always with an earnest desire to fulfil your will. We offer this our prayer to you, O God, through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Please be seated. I'd like to remind you all that the council meeting is being broadcasted live over the internet, so we're all on camera. Be aware that you may be visible on screen when people around you are speaking. There are no need for members to stand. Cameras are focused on people sitting down. Remember to speak clearly into the microphone, please. I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting today, councillors, officers, members of the press and public, and Mr. Lynn Allman, I think it's right, Chair of the Ethics and Standards Committee, and anyone else attending, representative of the Gwent Police. I think you're present. Thank you. Please can all mobile phones and other noisy devices be on silent or switched off. If there's an emergency alarm, follow the green signs and go for the council floor in the Civic Centre car park. If you have any motions or amendments during the meeting, I will need them to be clear, please, before we go to the vote. Agenda item 1, attendance. The attendance register is going around the room. Please can all members sign it and send it on. Start with me. Agenda item 2, apologies. Lead officer, councillor and members, support officer Richard Gwinnell. Have you any apologies?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have apologies from Councillor Norma Parish and Councillor Keith James.
Thank you, Rich. Members, any apologies? No. Agenda item 3, members' interest. Monitor Officer Linda Willis, do you have any advice for members, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had discussions with members in advance, and members will know that they all have a personal interest in item 15. This is the Independent Remuneration Panel report on member allowances. The code does allow all members to make a decision on their allowances. There is, after all, no one else to make that decision. But, of course, you're taking the recommendations of the Independent Remuneration Panel. Can I ask all members now to say agreed to that personal interest? Thank you, members. If I go on, within that report, I know there are some specific choices you need to make in relation to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor's allowances. And I've had discussions with the current Mayor and Deputy Mayor, and I've explained that my advice is there is no declarable interest because the code allows you to vote on allowances. But you can understand that they are somewhat uncomfortable because they are the ones most directly affected by any choices you make. So they've indicated to me that although they will stay for the item, they won't take part in the debate and they will abstain from voting. If I can also go on then to item 12, which is the pay policy. Now, normally I'm talking to Council about members' interests, but members will be aware of the current sensitivities around officer pay. And to that extent, every officer is affected by item 12, which is setting out the current policy on pay. But members are not being asked here to make any decision on officer pay. It is only to approve the summary of the current policy, a standard report that we are required to present under the Localism Act. Therefore, I felt it's entirely appropriate that the head of HR, Graham Russell, is the officer to present that report to you. It wouldn't be appropriate to spend public money on having a third-party consultant to come in to do that. And, of course, the questions and the information is relevant to the head of HR's role. However, I think my advice would be, should the debate on that item concentrate on a particular officer salary, a senior officer salary, then I'll advise the meeting at that point whether any officer might be best advised to leave. So I hope members are comfortable with that approach. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Linda. Members, have you any other interests to declare? No? Right, thank you. Agenda item 4, minutes, 28th of January 2014. Can someone move that the minutes are correct?
I just ask for an amendment, please. It's to do with my motion. I have consulted with our officer. It's on page 26. I did not, in fact, say the first concentration camp was in the UK, but it was formed by the UK. As many members know, that was in South Africa in the Boer War. It's a matter, a small word, but a word of difference with meaning.
No problem, mate. Thank you very much. We sort that. Are we all agreed? Yep. Thank you, members. Agenda item 5, update on actions. Members, the updates on what has been done to implement our previous decisions start on page 30 of the agenda. Any comments or questions? Is everyone happy to note them? No. Thank you. They are noted. Agenda item 6, consultation monitor. Members, the consultation monitor starts on page 34. Leader, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A version of the consultation monitor is reproduced in the council agenda, indicating the nature of the consultation, who it's been undertaken by, who will respond on behalf of the council and by when. The monitor is up to date as of the 21st of February, and I'd like to ask members to note its content.
Thank you, Leader. Members, any other comments? No. Is everybody happy to note the consultation monitor? No. Thank you. Agenda item 7, petitions. We have no petitions for today, so we move on. Agenda 8, public question times. We have no public question times, so we move on from that one. Agenda item 9, announcements. Leader, do you have any announcements?
2 announcements, Mr. Chair and Mr. Mayor. I'd like to congratulate Mary Barnett, who has been nominated to the WLGA to represent the 8 local government pension schemes on the Westminster Shadow Advisory Board for local government pensions. Mary has also been co-opted onto LAF, Local Authorities Pension Fund Forum, which oversees the ESG issues of environment and social government issues of the 200 billion local government scheme pension pot, which apparently is one of the largest ones in the world. That's the one announcement. The next announcement is about members raising issues in council about the Leisure Trust. And there's two questions on this agenda which have been brought here, and Lewis Jones will answer them. But I need to remind members that it's not here you should bring your questions on the Leisure Trust. If you've got a problem or an issue that you want to raise with the Leisure Trust, then write to that body, because it's a separate body. So on this occasion, Lewis Jones will give the answers, but I'm asking members, in future, don't bring issues here, take them to them.
Thank you, Leader. Chief Executive.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. I have no announcements.
Thank you. Agenda item 10, Annual Report of the Ethics and Standards Committee. Linda Willis, Chief Officer and Monitoring Officer, can you introduce your report, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As members will see from the report, that this is the fourth annual report from that committee that you've received. We're fortunate to have the current chair, Lynn Earlman, who will present the report. The reason that an annual report comes before this council is that members acknowledged that it was very important that high ethical standards were maintained, and as part of promoting that, they asked that an annual report come to this council. So I'm pleased to introduce the chair, Lynn Earlman, to do so.
Thank you, Linda. Mr Mayor, elected members, officers, I think it can't be very often that you have before you someone who's not quite sure who he is. This morning I've been introduced by Lynn Earlman, Lynn whatever. I answer to most things, provided they're polite. Would expect no lesser requirement of the chair of the Ethics and Standards Committee. But I can claim that I have lived in Cwmbran for all of my life. So I'm well known in Cwmbran and well known to many of you. Mr Mayor, I'm grateful for the opportunity to comment briefly on the work of the committee during 2012-2013 and to give some insight to its approach. Such reporting we regard as being of significance because it helps to ensure that the committee's role is better known to the public and to both county borough and community councils. And it also gives a clear signal of the efforts of this council to maintain confidence in the conducting of its business. I want to emphasise the committee's overarching objectives of being supportive whilst encouraging the highest standards of conduct and compliance with the Code of Conduct. I am particularly pleased to be able to present a report which reflects progress in these overall objectives. In the context of supportive work regarding dispensations, the committee has and will continue to adopt an approach intended to maintain confidence in the democratic process whilst still protecting members' rights to represent the interests of their communities. Or, as the latest All Wales Standard Conference puts it, the committee will adopt an approach of balancing rights and responsibilities. For the period of this report, the committee has considered about 50 applications for dispensation. And the majority of these have related to small scheme donations, with some individual and general dispensations mainly requested in relation to various school reorganisation proposals. Can I flag that we anticipate more such applications as the school proposals are progressed? I'm sure you will have noted in the written report the significance which is attached to training to help maintain high standards and compliance with the code. And this training has been provided both nationally and locally. In the context of local in-house training, I want to commend to you the training seminars and case study discussions provided by the monitoring officer. Those of us who have experienced these know their relevance and their quality. Further updates and refreshers are planned, and I hope very much that you will consider that an hour of training time will be well spent, not least because it could save the proverbial 9 of upset and hassle, and that can be so even for the very experienced. Now, this supportive approach has underpinned the progress which is reported in the annual report from the Public Services Ombudsman. Several years ago, Torfaen was listed as having the highest number of complaints against its councillors. The latest report lists only 8 cases in Torfaen. 7 of these were either closed after initial consideration or were deemed to require no action. Only 1 case was referred by the Ombudsman to the Ethics and Standards Committee, and this emanated from a self-reported complaint with no question of any dishonesty or personal gain involvement. I refer to these statistics for the purpose of emphasising the need for vigilance and ongoing training to help ensure that oversights and mistakes are avoided, and that issues of personal and prejudicial interest are always fully considered. Torfaen was amongst the first authorities to adopt a local protocol for the resolution of complaints, and this will potentially further drive down referrals to the Ombudsman. I want to be slightly controversial and make reference to member attendance at meetings. During the reported year, the committee has continued to receive reports relating to attendance levels at both meetings, seminars and training sessions. And in general terms, the statistics show good attendance. The committee has recognised concerns relating to the recording of reasons for absence and has consequently asked officers to consider an appropriate system for such recording. However, I want to stress that the committee believes attendance levels are an integral part of the responsibility of fully representing the electorate and intends to continue receiving such reports. I want to end by commending the support and advice provided to the committee, and particularly that of the monitoring officer. I want also to refer to the commitments of Roger Chater as chair and Tony Krask as vice chair, both of whom have recently completed their terms of office. For the future, we have 2 new experienced independent members who have been appointed very recently, so that I am sure that the committee is well positioned to remain proactive in its intention of being both supportive whilst continuing to encourage and expect the highest standards of conduct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Any questions? Comments? No. The recommendation is shown on page 38 of your agenda. We are asked to note the annual report of the Ethics and Standards Committee. Can I have a show of hands, please? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holman. I think Mr. Holman. That'll do. Agenda item 11, budget 2014-2015, medium term financial plan. Nigel Aurelius, Assistant Chief Executive for Resources. Can you present your report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've opened this budget presentation for the last couple of years with the words most difficult budget since Torfaen came into existence and the most difficult funding times for the public sector. I think this time last year I said that I could probably open all future budgets in exactly the same way, and I can. We really are now in exceptional times for public sector funding generally and local government funding in particular. Past contractions or corrections in public sector funding have tended to be short and sharp, and what we are now experiencing is a long-term and sustained reduction. The cumulative impact makes each budget much more difficult. Also, this period of austerity is happening at a time when the cost of and demand for services continues to rise, which is particularly so within social care. Although the UK economy has picked up since the last budget round, all the sentiments emerging from central government suggest that the deficit reduction plan will continue, and so will the squeeze on public finances, not just directly but through cumulative changes such as welfare, which are bringing further pressures and demands onto our services. Most commentators would say this period of austerity will continue for some time, irrespective of what happens at the next general election. In Wales, we have seen a significant switch in funding away from local government. Last year at this time, I said I think a challenge for us in Wales, in local government, was to ensure we did not suffer in funding terms in comparison to the health service, especially at a time when all evidence points to greater investment in community-based services provided by local government. I still believe all the evidence points towards the social care and community services which are aimed at early intervention, but the 2014-15 budget sees the health budget in Wales protected, in my opinion, at the expense of local government. There are also a myriad of other challenges affecting local government: the greater impact of regionalisations, particularly so within education, increasing legislation which could put further financial pressure, and of course the recently published Williams report, which has very quickly become solely about local government reorganisation. Therefore, at the risk of repeating myself, this is the most challenging budget round this council and all councils in Wales have faced. A 4% like-for-like reduction in Welsh Government funding, and that is without considering the impact of reduced grant funding, cannot simply be squared away through efficiencies or marginal changes. It necessarily involves very difficult choices. Over the last week or 10 days, many councils in Wales have been announcing their budgets, and I would suggest the common themes are difficult and in a lot of cases controversial choices, some services ending and council tax rising. So this is the context for our budget. It's a set of circumstances which is not unique to Torfaen, but all councils in Wales. I recognise that is again a sombre opening to the budget, but it shouldn't be any surprise to anyone in the chamber. The reports on the agenda represent the final part of the democratic process to set the budget. It's a process that started back in April. It's been considered by Cabinet on 5 occasions, as well as member seminars. This year, the detailed mitigations for 2014-15 were developed much earlier in the budget cycle, and for the first time were the subject of a scrutiny and review as a total package, rather than as individual packages, through a joint overview and scrutiny committee which was held on the 20th of November 2013. This enabled the detailed mitigations to be agreed by Council in January, so they're already Council policy and are being implemented. You have in the agenda papers a covering report, a detailed budget report as Appendix 1, which itself has 6 annexes. And I'm now going to use the budget book, which starts on page 50, to just quickly run through the budget. The first part of the report, Section 4, covers the national picture and background, and much of which I've already covered. I've mentioned that local government, there's been a switch away from local government towards health. Previously, local government in Wales has received relative protection when compared to English authorities. But in May of 2013, the Minister for Local Government effectively told us to ignore the forward indications that we had been given and were working on and plan for what she referred to as English-style reductions. Although no quantification was given at the time of what English-style reductions meant, local government quite quickly started a plan on cash reductions of around 4% on a like-for-like basis. That was a significant change from our medium-term plans that we would have been working on, which were based on forward indications, and even the most pessimistic forecast at that time would not have got us to a place of minus 4%. And that clearly shows the difficulties we face in medium-term financial planning when we are so reliant on government funding, and it can change significantly. The last budget round argued that we should face up to not doing some things we do now, and members agreed this time last year to a 4-year review, which did include a fundamental look at our spending and priorities with a view to taking the difficult but timely decisions required to set a balanced budget. Progress has been made in that regard, and a number of PDFs were exploring spending across all our services and options. But at the time that work was started, members had in mind the forward indications which were for a small reduction or a cash flat line. Therefore, some time to manage over the 4 years. The radical change in those forward projections, which I've referred to earlier, necessarily meant a heightened focus on 2014-15, with a real desire to achieve a balanced position earlier than normal that did not subsequently destabilise the whole Council. Therefore, this has somewhat overtaken the detailed 4-year review. That said, within the papers, there is an outline plan for the next few years is included, and we've updated the medium-term financial plan. The last part of the background in the report covers off the budget guidelines, which were drawn very tightly. If we move to section 5, which starts on page 52, that details the final settlement. The headline published reduction is for minus 3.4%, which is a little misleading when one takes into account the council tax reduction top-up grant that we received last year, what was transferred into the settlement. The true like-for-like reduction is around 4%. The final settlement did contain a floor mechanism to cushion any authority facing what the Minister would consider an unreasonable reduction. We didn't benefit from the floor because we were at the floor level. A number of authorities received worse settlements than we did. The forward indications are better than 2014, but they still represent a real significant challenge for the Council, with our forward indication being a further reduction of another 1.3%. This is going to be impacted upon by formula and data changes, which themselves might be significant, and I think it's important to remember that these forward indications are just indicative, and so recall the experience of this year. The table in 5.5 shows the trail from 13-14 to 14-15. In terms of the most significant change from the provisional settlement to the final settlement was the inclusion within the unhypothecated element the former council tax reduction for pensioners grant. This sum of money is now for authorities to determine its use. We could retain it for its current purpose, or it could use it to support the budget generally, and I'm going to come back to that later. The settlement requires us to protect schools to 1% above the Welsh Government block, which for 14-15 was 0.9%. While schools and funding are a key priority for Torfaen and a key part of our corporate plan, any protection within the settlement makes the task that much harder for other services. With the demands on social care and the requirement to protect schools, there is an inevitable squeeze on other services, including discretionary services, which are all valuable within our communities. Our revenue budget proposals for 2014-15 start at paragraph 6.1 through to 6.12, starting on page 53, and take members through the development of the budget. Paragraph 6.1 outlines the proposals around council tax. The budget is based upon an increase of 3.95%, which will yield an extra 1.3 million. The increase in the tax base yields a further 1 million. Without this increase, the challenge would have been much greater and further mitigations would have been required. The increase in council tax is about protecting services and not investing more in them. As I indicated a little earlier, over the last 10 days or so, council budgets have been announced, and all are increasing their council tax levels, and I would expect the average council tax in Wales, the average council tax rise in Wales, to be higher than it has been for a number of years. Paragraph 6.3 then details the policy position the Cabinet outlined, which was to protect school funding, protect social care funding relative to others, no further reduction in waste. They'd rather see reductions rather than the cessation of services, protect other frontline services as far as was possible, and job losses to be contained to a minimum. Paragraph 6.4 takes the Council through a number of corporate measures that have assisted the budget for 14-15. We increased the tax base through adjusting the assumed council tax collection rate from 95 to 98%. We're proposing reviewing third-party spend to yield 600,000, and we've utilised all the previously unallocated budget that we had. Originally, there was an intention to adjust our debt repayment policy, but that is not now part of the budget, and the alternative proposals that are given were given there in 6.4. I would advise members that it's extremely unlikely that further such significant proposals will be available in 15-16, certainly not to the same level in terms of significance. Paragraphs 6.5 and 6.6 then outline the mitigation totals and the outcome from joint scrutiny, and then 6.8 summarises those mitigations and refers to the full detail in Annex 2. And once again, I remind members that Council agreed those in January. 6.7 in Annex 1 outlines the budget summary and the development. Final point on that is to note that the base budget contribution from corporate reserves has not increased despite the budget difficulties from the current year, and actually the contribution from service-specific reserves underpinning the budget has fallen significantly. In paragraphs 6.9 and 6.10, I outline for members some required earmarked reserve support for 14-15. The first is in relation to the pensioners' council tax support, which I referred to earlier, and the report suggests that given the late notification that this grant is continued for one more year, and as it's continued for just one more year, it is appropriate to fund it from reserves and not the base budget. And then in 6.10, I comment on profile. We had hoped during the budget to retain some of the unallocated budget to support profile in a base budget sense and provide a degree of modest financial support to assist with any other mitigations. The use of the unallocated budget in full means this is no longer possible within the base budget. That said, there is still a need to provide some support for these points, and I'm suggesting that a level of 210,000 for 14-15 with a maximum of 150,000 available for profile to be earmarked from reserves, but they will then have to be contained within the base budget for 2015-16. The next part of 6, paragraph 6.13 to 6.17, cover the capital proposals, which continue still to be dominated by 21st century schools, and I detail in there the annual allocations and the recently approved Housing Waste Recycling Centre, and Annex 4 contains the full programme. Section 7 of the report then goes on to our financial standing, reserves and financial risks. On pages 59 to 61, you've got some details of our financial standing, with further detail given in Annex 5. In terms of the risk there in 7.1, and I'd just like to highlight, I bring out a risk still around welfare reform, because we don't know the full impact of all these yet, and it is our intention on closing the accounts to create a modest welfare reserve. I make the point about capacity across the organisation. Although we're avoiding, as far as possible, compulsory redundancies, we are still taking account of voluntary redundancies, and therefore there is an impact on the remaining workforce. And our assumption around a pay increase of 1%. That's on the basis of what is affordable. Any increase in excess of that will impact upon services and jobs. And we still have a number of grants where we're still awaiting the announcement. The reserves position is included within the table in 7.2 and includes the resource expected from the collection fund. And although you'll see that general reserves expected to be 5 million at the end of this year, we're expecting them to fall by the end of 2014-15 as funding for the budget from corporate reserves kicks in, and the need to fund voluntary severance and change generally. Although it might seem like a significant figure, it's under 3% of our net budget, and it's there for all unforeseen or expected events. As part of the budget, I'm required to report on the level and adequacy of our reserves, and the paragraphs within the report fulfil that requirement. I will make the point that in-year discipline is always essential in maintaining levels of reserves. The medium term, the final part of the report, and Annex 6 contains our medium-term financial plan. As I indicated earlier, there's considerable difficulty facing all local authorities in planning for the medium term, given the considerable uncertainty. There's uncertainty going forward around the levels of UK funding. We've got a forward indication from Welsh Government, but it's just that. We've got no further forward indications beyond 15-16. We obviously got the impacts of the Public Service Commission to work through, and the impact of regionalisation. That said, we still need to retain a focus on the medium term. That remains very important despite these uncertainties. And in uncertain times, it would be much too easy to focus on the here and now, and it would be imprudent to adopt short-termism in relation to our service and financial planning. The table in 8.2 shows the challenges over the next few years, and the accompanying assumptions are there, and paragraph 8.3 details a suggested approach and the work that is already in train. So, in conclusion, in relation to the budget element, no one could suggest that 14-15 budget is easy and the difficult choices are not required that will naturally cause concern and have an impact in communities. I think we need to remember, though, that the requirement to make those decisions has come from central governments in the choices they have made. We can't ignore those choices, and we have to set a legal budget that balances. So we're in the territory of least worst options. The report concludes the budget process for 14-15, and the key messages in respect of revenue are a continued difficult and indeed unprecedented financial position for the public sector, a set of budget proposals that are difficult but doable within the current funding environment. We've honoured the protection for schools at 0.9%. We've protected social care relative to others. We've got no increase in the base budget level of support from corporate reserves, and reduced service reserve contributions. And it's a budget that tries to protect employment as far as possible, but with a council tax increase of 3.9%. In respect of capital, the position is very much as previous, in that we're still awaiting a lot of detail in relation to 21st century schools, and I've commented on financial standing and reserves. Included as Appendix 5 is our Treasury Management Strategy and Prudential Indicators. These have already been the subject of Audit Committee review and scrutiny. So I'm referring you now back to page 42, which is the covering report, and in particular the recommendation on pages, the start on page 46. Part 1 asks you to approve the budget, which I've just taken you through. Part 2 are the statutory recommendations arising from the budget, our increase of 3.95% and those of police and community councils, and Part 3 relates to the Treasury Management Guidelines and Prudential Indicators. Finally, I'd like to put on record some thanks to all my colleague chief officers and their teams for their support in developing this budget. It's very much appreciated. There's always been a real strength in this organisation in terms of collective responsibility and discipline, and that's again held through a difficult budget. My finance colleagues, two of whom are just sitting down to the left, without whom I wouldn't have anything to present. And lastly, Lynn Williams and her team, who play an unsung but valuable role and who have been instrumental in bringing together service and financial planning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Nigel, for that. I'd like to bring Anthony Hunter now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks first of all to the one person Nigel missed out in that round of thanks, and that's himself. I think he made a valuable point in mentioning the officers across the organisation that he's worked with, who've worked hard to contribute to this budget, and of course members both in Cabinet and in scrutiny who've worked together constructively throughout the year. It's been tough work, but I think we've approached it in the right spirit. That's a spirit of constructive challenge, of course. Not one of despair, but one of facing the challenge that we face with determination and to try and quietly get things done, avoiding drama wherever possible. I think that's important because it's very easy for a silo mentality to build up when there's this difficult a budget to get through, with departments competing against each other. But I think throughout the organisation there's been a recognition that we need to work together to face this financial challenge. And of course we've had to be mature and realistic enough to engage with the language of least worst solutions, and my least favourite catchphrase of the year, which is if not this, then what? And that's been tough. It's not been glamorous work, but it's been about primarily rejecting the false choices that quite often seem appealing in situations like this. As Nigel said, this has been the most challenging budget in memory. And I think it's important to emphasise that's not just the case for us in Torvine, but it's the case for councils across Britain. That's not, as some would have us believe, something of our creation. Other councils are facing the same dilemmas, having to take difficult and unpalatable decisions. And I think we've seen that on the news, both across Wales and across the border into England. But the bare facts of it is that because of decisions beyond our control, we've got £6 million less to spend this year than last. And if you add in rising demand in services like social care and rising costs, that means we've got no choice but to save over £11 million. Now, I won't sort of go through and repeat what Nigel said about the financial technicalities of that, but it's just worth emphasising that it's not the choice of council to do that. That's the choice of a Conservative government in London who've decided to go down the path of austerity. And as much as many of us oppose that, there's no choice that we have but to make a legal budget. I would point out before moving on the highly political nature of these cuts. I was at a conference over the weekend with colleagues from across England and Wales, and indeed Scotland, who pointed out the directly elected Mayor of Newham in London, for example, pointed out that over the last 2 years his council has faced cuts of 7% in funding, one of the most deprived inner-city councils in Britain. And if you contrast that with the funding settlements enjoyed by Woking, a much less deprived borough, they've had, I think, 2% extra over the same period. I think that really is unjust and scandalous, and if a Labour government tried doing the same in reverse, then there'd be an outcry. So I think it's worth pointing out the political nature of the decisions that are being taken in Westminster. And I'd like to repeat my oft-said invitation to George Osborne to maybe visit some of the councils around Britain to see the ground-level impact of the cuts that he's making. Unfortunately, given the alternative that's facing us of chaos and cuts imposed on us from outside, those who claim that we can refuse to set a legal budget are deluded, however honest their intentions. So that's the first false choice I really want to bring to your attention today. If we refuse to set a legal budget today, then a budget would be set from us from outside, over which local people would have no say, and in which the cuts to local services would be far more drastic and wouldn't take account the local considerations that we tried to be sensitive towards. There could, having said that, be an alternative budget based on fairer funding from central government. For example, a cash freeze, so we're not asking the earth, would have allowed us to invest more, avoid unpalatable savings, and develop ideas like the living wage, for example. But unfortunately, that requires a change of approach in Westminster, not in Pontypool. Regarding council tax, we recognise the difficult balance.
Mr Bamfield, can you stop interrupting, please? This is a couple of times you've done it now. So, right.
Regarding council tax, we recognise the difficult balance that we have to strike each year, and this year is even more emphasised in that. We understand the need to keep council tax as low as possible when local people are struggling to get by with the cost of living crisis. I hope, that said, that the majority of local people will understand that 80 pence extra per week is worthwhile in order to protect local services and jobs. And on that, I'll bring your attention to false choice number 2, is that we can't oppose cuts and oppose a council tax increase. If anyone calls for a freeze today, I'd like to ask them to identify the 1.3 million and further cuts that they'd put in place. And, having been through the budget in as much detail as we have, my honest view is that that could not be achieved without severe job losses and service withdrawal that we try to avoid. So if you want no cuts or more spending on areas, then we have to explain how that adds up financially if we're to be responsible. Also in that, we've got to remember that council tax only contributes 12% of our income, and the £6 million drop in our settlement would require a council tax rise of about 20% just to reach a cash freeze, or nearly double that to cover pressures, and that I don't think would be fair on local residents. So that's the situation that faces us. But I think it's important to emphasise that we can't just be managerial. That's not why we've been elected. The challenge that we face has to be met with our values, or it will not be met at all. So these are the values that I believe should inform our response to this challenge, and that I hope we can debate over the coming months and years. The first point of principle is that we value our staff and that we should recognise them as our biggest asset and work with them in partnership, both with them and their trade unions, to face the challenges together. I'm proud of the Council's response that started long before I was here, avoiding compulsory redundancies where possible. And that's not because I believe that we should be some kind of employment agency, but I believe that our services are only able to be improved with the input and the hard work of our staff. It brings me to a third false choice that I want to highlight, really, that we could somehow shed large numbers of staff to save money and solve the problem. I think this is partly based on an unfair image of local government staff as highly paid managers. If you look at the statistics, the vast majority of our staff are frontline workers paid modest amounts to run vital local services. The median pay in local government is £17,000, and many of our workers are paid far less than that. So yes, we should look to take out senior posts where possible, as we did when the Deputy Chief Executive retired at the end of last year, and has been done in other departments too. But it is mathematically wrong, unfortunately, to say that shedding senior staff or councillors alone would meet the scale of financial challenges that councils face. It won't, however much we'd like it to. On the subject of valuing our staff, I think Nigel mentioned the paragraph in the report about profile, and I think that's something that members have said to me and that I believe strongly is going to be important in informing our way forward. I'm glad that we've managed to take some money from reserves to help fund profile, because I think it's a real way of identifying areas where staff are in danger of being made redundant and helping to retrain them and reskill them and identify where else they could be used in the organisation. I think that's a key sign of the extent to which we value our staff and what they bring to our organisation. Staff, of course, are also vital to the local economy. It's easy to claim that local government, for example, should shed staff, but of course that would have an impact on the private sector too. It's local government staff, after all, that often live locally, spend their money locally on services in small businesses. So I think that's an important thing to emphasise. Any whole-scale reduction in staffing from our organisation would have an impact on private sector local organisations too. The second point of principle I want to raise is the need to prioritise unglamorous but vital services for the most vulnerable, however uncomfortable that is. Often, I think, in the debate about budgets, the voices of those who are able to speak and shout the loudest is sometimes forgotten. The voices of those who can, voices of the vulnerable, perhaps disabled or elderly people who rely on social care services but aren't able to articulate or shout as loud as other sections of the community. I think it's important that we are those people's advocates in this chamber, and I think that's important to keep that in mind whilst we're setting budgets. Of course, those vital services has to include education if we want to equip our communities with the skills they need to succeed in the future. That's why I'm pleased that we protected social care despite the difficult budget they had to set in any case. I think it would have been wrong to expect them to find the 4% extra cuts. And I also think it's important along those lines that we honoured the uplift for schools asked of us by the Welsh Government. The third point of principle is that we need to look at where we can move to enabling and equipping rather than just delivering in the way that we have in the past, and explore different ways of doing things. Now, I think that's a good thing to do in any case, but it's something that really that we have no choice but to approach given the scale of the financial challenge. I was very interested to read this weekend of the release of the Local Government Innovation Task Force report, which is called The Case for Change, and which builds on lots of examples of councils who've successfully done things differently to save money whilst protecting outcomes. I think that's something we need to investigate more in the coming weeks and months. The fourth point really is a challenge to national government. I feel, over the last 18 months, having worked previously in national government, councils are often best placed to deliver on the many issues that we face if we're given the power and the freedom to act. That's also a challenge, of course, to us to show that we're capable of meeting that challenge, and, of course, ourselves to devolve things down to communities wherever we can, rather than trying to grasp the power to do things ourselves. The fifth point of principle really is something that's a bit of a work in practice, really, and that's our efforts to communicate and consult with both yourself as members and the public in setting our medium-term financial strategy. We, of course, recognise our responsibility to make decisions, but genuinely, I say this, we want to listen to the public and have an open and honest, realistic debate about the way forward, and that counts both within this chamber and outside with members and with members of the public. We have made an effort this year, but I recognise the need to develop and build on that. The responses from the public that we've received and the appeals that I've made have informed the approach, and I also tried to use webcasting a few weeks ago to respond to some of those points. and hope, that again, that's something we can maybe build on next year, using the opportunities that new technology gives us, both social media and webcasting. On the process, I make no point for perhaps, boring members repeating myself, but I think it's important that we've elongated the process this year of coming to the budget. I don't think it should be something that's just dropped on members on one or two occasions, but something that's worked on throughout the year. I welcome the joint scrutiny meeting, and I'll be more than happy to discuss any ideas that you as scrutiny members have in improving that process. I think it was a good session that allowed us to constructively look into some of the savings measures before we had to agree them in January. So it's right, I think, that members have the time to consider things, and I'd welcome continuing that conversation. Lastly, I think it's vital, I mentioned the Local Government Innovation Task Force. It's vital that we need to listen to others and learn from others, especially in England, about what has worked and what hasn't worked in terms of cutting our cloth for the challenging years that face us. No one has all the answers. I think it's arrogant of us to assume so, and I don't think we have the answers, frankly, within the borders of Wales. One advantage we have, it's a bit of a garish advantage, is that England are 1 or 2 years further down the line in terms of the cuts they've had to implement. I think that gives us an opportunity to look at some of the councils in England who have tried to work constructively. I think there's some very bad examples of councils who tried to cut and run from services and privatise things when that's not the best way in the longer term. But there are also some good examples of councils that work together with their communities, with local voluntary organisations to deliver things in a sustainable way for the future. So I think the work really starts on that, as soon as we finish discussing that budget, and can become part of a process that lasts all year and not just last the course of an hour during a budget meeting. So I thank members again for their input this year. Welcome any questions or any comments people have, but that's the end of what I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Wynne. Thank you very much. Right, members, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, today is the conclusion of the most difficult budget we've had to face. A reduction in WAG funding of 4% has been very challenging. Councillors should be aware that the savings were agreed in January after a robust scrutiny process. We've looked to protect schools and social care relatively, whilst looking to minimise the impact on others' frontline services as far as is possible, as well as minimising job losses. However, we still have a lot of difficult choices to make to set a balanced budget. In an ideal world, we would not wish to have these choices to make. Council tax is never an easy decision, but we've tried to be reasonable. It's higher than in the past, but that simply recognises the financial challenges we face. It's not as high as some councils in Wales. I think that the officers, and I want to commend our officers and cabinet members for the way they've worked together over the last year to produce this budget. And I want to particularly thank Anthony, who worked tirelessly to pull all the issues together. I know the amount of hours that he's put in has been tremendous, actually, and his relationship with Nigel as a senior officer has developed and is first class. So thank all members, all executive members and senior officers, and in particular the Cabinet Member for Finance, Anthony Hunt.
Thank you, Leader. Members, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Inevitable that I would want to say something. I'd like to thank Councillor Hunt. I always enjoy his presentations, his speeches, because they're intelligent and they're cogent, and he makes some interesting points, even if I don't always agree with them. I find myself strongly agreeing with some of the things he said. He's quite right that people who think we can not set a legal budget are deluded. That's absolutely right. We have to operate within a legal framework in accordance with the law of the land. To govern is to choose, whether it's here in Pontypool, or in Cardiff, or in Westminster, or wherever. That is the nature of the beast, and if people don't like that, they should get out of the kitchen. I want to also, a couple of other points that Councillor Hunt's made, which I'd like to think it's kind of echoing things I've been saying in the past. No one has all the answers. I don't have all the answers. This authority doesn't have all the answers. And it is absolutely right that we should not think that the Torvine way is the only way. We should be actively and vigorously going out looking for examples of the best way of delivering services, whether it's in other authorities in Wales, in England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, or indeed beyond the borders of the United Kingdom. That is the way to extract the best value from taxpayers' money and to fulfil our primary purpose, which is as a service delivery organisation. Councillor Hunt quite right points out that we're not some kind of employment agency. No, we're not. We have a duty to our staff, but we have a wider overarching duty to the residents of Torvine who depend on the services that this council provides and who pay for services that this council provides. Let me differ with Councillor Hunt on one point. I think that an overemphasis on the need to shy away from staff reductions is potentially preventing a better delivery of service. If an example can be found from another authority where a service can be delivered better, but it requires fewer staff, then where does the moral obligation lie? Does it rely with delivering that service better at lower cost to council taxpayers and residents, or to people who happen to be employed by the authority? So I draw attention to that interesting moral question. I think it is important. A couple of other points I would like to make. I'd like to do something I've never done before in a budget debate. I'd like to disagree with something that the Assistant Chief Executive, Nigel Aurelius, has said. He said this is exceptional times. No, these are not exceptional times. This is the new normal. If you take the view that there's going to be a change of government in 2015 in Westminster, which, if you look at the current implied betting odds, that is the most likely outcome at this moment, the taps would not be turned on. There would not be loads of money pouring into the coffers of this council or other councillors. We will be facing the new normal as we are now. Reference was made to English-style reductions. Well, that's very true. Many English local authorities have had severe budget reductions. The choice, though, was very simple. English-style reductions or Irish-style reductions. We all remember what happened there. I think 30% reductions in public expenditure in some areas in that country. So, in other words, it's choosing a bad option or a worse option. So, let me just make a couple of final points. I like many of the things that Councillor Hunt has said. I think that some of the things that this authority is doing are moving in the right direction. However, that, as members might have anticipated, does not allow me to support this budget, and let me tell you why. Firstly, the proportion of the budget, this budget, that is spent on councillors increases. That is wholly unacceptable. It's wholly unacceptable to me. It's certainly wholly unacceptable to the people who elected me. And secondly, Councillor Hunt was able to wave a document at us that was, I think, probably very interesting. So I'm going to return the compliment and wave a document also. Well, two documents, actually, that illustrates the problem. This is the problem. The problem is that for all the excellent work that Nigel Aurelius and his team do, for all the diligent efforts that Councillor Hunt has made, though I've stressed where I disagree with him, there's still a problem in the organisation. I found this in my pigeonhole. It's about a crisis support package from the Executive Member Housing Planning Public Protection, obviously drawing attention to an issue where we are, where there is a seeking to save money. And yet, into my very same pigeonhole, just after Christmas, I find this is stuffed. It's a nice glossy calendar that's been produced that adds no value to the end users of services of this authority until there is such a time when every last penny of unnecessary expenditure is screwed out of the system, and everyone in this room can say that they genuinely believe that everything has been done to deliver the best possible services at the best price to the residents and council taxpayers of this borough. I'm afraid I'm not able to support this budget. I think it's my personal view that I would be something slightly hypocritical because I've not put a fully costed budget on the table myself to vote against. Therefore, as I tend to do, I will be abstaining on this budget. I'm sure members will have an opportunity to moan and groan at me. Well, that's what I'm here for. But if anybody in this authority thinks that budget can be brought and not face criticism, well, this is the new normal. Criticism is what we do. So thank you very much. And as I say, I commend the vigour and diligence with which Councillor Hunt goes about his duties, but I think he needs to have a word with some of his cabinet colleagues to get them to do a little bit more work in their departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swift. Mr. Bamfield, you're interrupting. You've interrupted quite a few times now, and if you do it again, but if you keep doing it, Mr. Bamfield, I'm going to ask you to leave the room. And that's what I'll do. We'll be asking you to leave the room. Right. Yeah, no problem. Anthony, I think you'd like to respond to that.
Okay, and at the risk of further damaging my credibility, I'd thank him for the areas in which he's indicated agreement. He did cut off my main response, was that I was going to offer to read the alternative budget that he's put together, but in the spirit of the contribution, I'll respond in that I recognise there are issues on which we ideologically disagree, and I hope we can continue to do that whilst being polite and respectful.
Thank you both. Stuart, and then Ron Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to make a protracted speech like my councillor colleague Graham there. I want to start with giving my thanks to Nigel Aurelius and his team for keeping us well informed, and over a long period. This is a critical decision that we are making this morning, and the more information we can gather in that respect is vital, and I'd like to thank you all for that. Thank you very much. I take the point that Councillor Hunt has made in his earlier presentation to us, that we're not in isolation here when we were putting up our council tax. And I also take the point that the services that would have been cut if we hadn't have increased our council tax would have been much more severe, and the jobs that could have been lost as well could have been many jobs rather than possible voluntary redundancies coming forward. So although it's very, very concerning to be rising the council tax to this effect, I will support the budget in this regard, because I think we need to pull together to try to alleviate the situation we find ourselves in.
Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be voting for this particular budget on no particular grounds of party political whatsoever. My own reasons for not supporting this is the cuts we are going to have to make. We know this is throughout the nation, but we have to make some serious cuts, as we know. But I feel that the cuts are being made, 65,000 off school crossings, the community meals going up for the elderly, sports fields being cut or going into leases. And this council has taken the decision not to promote tourism. Yet, year after year, we pour hundreds of thousands of pounds into tourism. And tourism is for people coming into the borough, we know. But this is the tax of the people of Torfaen, bringing in tourists to our tourist attractions, which we are supporting by hundreds of thousands of pounds, yet we're cutting vital services for our children, our vulnerable children, the elderly, and this budget could be looked at more favourably by cutting more on tourism and putting it back into the people of Torfaen, because the tourism coming into this town, they bus them in to some tourist attraction we know and bus them back out. So they don't spend anything here. They come on a bus, they go home on a bus. Yet we cut in vital services. Again, £65,000, the safety of our children on the school crossings, vulnerable children in care, and the meals on Wheels, community meals, that's going up to £1.40. Again, another cost. Why don't we look more at this tourist attractions that we put hundreds of thousands of pounds into? And that's my reason for not voting for this particular budget. I know it's a hard time, we have to make cuts, but there are other cuts could be made, less on vital services.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Anthony, would you like to come in there?
I mean, would it be easier for you, Mr. Mayor, if we took everyone else's points and I came in at the end.
Yep, no problem. Wayne, and then Mary.
Thank you, Nigel, for presenting your budget report. Yet again, this is another difficult budget we have to swallow. The recommendations to approve an increase above the rate of inflation on the people of Torfaen, where many are finding difficulty to make ends meet, is a very difficult decision for us as councillors to make. A clear message must go out from you today, from this report to central government, to back off inflicting any more financial pain on the people of Torfaen by making any more savage cuts which will directly affect the lives of the most vulnerable, people's jobs and our vital services across Torfaen. I say enough is enough. These austerity cuts are having an impact on people's lives in a massive way. In nearly all of the English council authorities, council rates are either falling or not increasing. I beg the question, are we doing things wrong here in Wales, or are we subsidising English authorities, or is it the case that in English-controlled council authorities, Conservatives are early electioneering with people's lives? I accept we are in challenging times, but I wonder if we are being too soft on central government. A clear, more robust response must be given out loudly. That is, we cannot keep accepting these cuts above the rate of inflation on the people of Torfaen. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Wayne. Mary?
Right, thank you, Mr Mayor. I shall be voting when we come to vote for the budget, because I do not think it's the time to be an ostrich and to keep your head down and hope that troubles will go away. I belong to a party that's not afraid to accept challenges when it comes to protecting our people and protecting services, and continuing to get the message out to the Welsh Government, who does listen, and the Westminster Government, that some of the proposals coming from Westminster do not advantage our communities at all. I want to ask a question, though, possibly of Nigel or Anthony. I've been suffering from a nasty ear complaint for some months, but I didn't think it was as bad as it appears to be, because I have sat at the joint scrutiny committees and the seminars on finance, and some of the people now who say that they're not going to vote for various reasons, when given the opportunity at those joint scrutiny committees, have not put forward any alternate proposals for saving money from one source by making cuts in another. Just to say you do not like what's happening is a bit unfortunate, because we need to do some grown-up action here as politicians. We face challenging times, we must rise to those challenges.
Thank you, Mary. Members, anyone else? Councillor Rees?
Diolch, Mayor. This is a sort of, I think the leader would be the best person to answer this question, and it refers to a sort of statement in the budget book on page 50. I'll just read it out for clarity. While there is much political debate and discussion that will happen over the coming months, it seems almost inevitable that the local government map of Wales will change in the medium term. It will be important that our financial planning, at least, has an awareness of this, but it must not lead us into short-termism, either in our financial or service planning. And I agree with that statement. And now deliberations today about the budget, perhaps it would be helpful if the leader could sort of rule out any voluntary mergers of this council with any other during the lifetime of the council.
That's not a question on the budget, that's a political question to ask me what my view is on mergers. You asked this question at the last time you attended a meeting, and I reminded you that you need to speak to your leader first to get her opinion before you come in here asking my opinion. It is a fact that reorganisation is being discussed by all parties, my party and your party, and I don't think it's appropriate to give any comments until we get to the stage where we all know where we are going. That's what I told you last time, and I'm repeating it again. Speak to your own leader.
Thank you, leader. Anybody else? Another one?
Yeah. Well, your leader did actually mention that he was asking people like yourselves to consider voluntary mergers. I think from the statement you've sort of made, it's clear that we're probably not going down the road, so thanks for that. You give us some clarity about where we're going to go in the future. I just want to turn now to the Assistant Chief Executive, just to clarify one fact that I think the people of Torfaen need to get this message clear. So the council tax increase is actually equivalent to about £1 million worth of extra revenue we're going to be taking out of their pockets in the next financial year. Is that correct?
1.3 million.
Thank you, Jeff.
I've got a few more. Is it?
You've got a few more.
Can I give way if anybody wants to carry on?
Go on in.
Right. Turning to Anthony's mentioned scrutiny. I'm a bit worried about the scrutiny process, and I think he probably shares my concerns on that matter. I don't think I'm going to go into a lot of detail about that at the moment, but if we are really going to get to the grips of the budget, that means we have to consider all the possible savings. And scrutiny didn't consider some of the savings which were put forward by chief officers, and that was in the 10% savings area. I don't know why that didn't come to scrutiny. I certainly think if we're asking council taxpayers in Torfaen to fork out another 1.3 million, we should be looking at those savings. Just to give you an idea about that, the total amount in that saving package was about 4.3 million, and 1.66 of that was for social care and housing, and I'm not saying that we should consider that, and that package about 450,000 for education, and again, I'm not saying we should consider that, but that does leave 1.9 million that we didn't look at, and that does concern me about how we're really using the scrutiny process, and actually are we getting value for money for it, and are we challenging you, and is this budget really fit for purpose going forward? If you would like to come back to me, I've got another question as well.
Right, any more, Jeff? Right, go on in. And can we just, because you need to go back to the other ones as well, don't you? Yeah. So we start with them and work back up to where you are? All right. Yeah, do that, Ant, because you're going to need to go back to, who was it, Ron, wasn't it? On Stewart or whoever asked the question. And Mary. We'll start with them and then we'll start going to the next.
To come back to everyone, starting with Stuart, I'd thank him for his recognition of the difficult choice we've had to face on council tax and for the constructive way that he's responded to that. On Councillor Burnett, look, lots of the savings that we've had to make are pretty difficult choices, but you take them out and you bring other things in. I mentioned in my original contribution the impacts of choices which I think are necessary on social care and on education. If you make those choices, it makes the pool from which you can save much smaller. If you then take out statutory services that we legally have to provide, it makes the pool smaller again. So, you know, it's fair enough to point out that things are unpalatable, and, you know, on the general point that lots of members make, I'll defend your right to vote against whatever budget I put as opposition members, you know, to my death, because that's your democratic right. But it's also my democratic right to say the alternatives are likely to be worse. And, you know, if there's no, you know, alternative being put forward this morning by opposition councillors, then the point that that Mary made comes into force, really. It's very easy to oppose. It's very difficult to, especially in these economic conditions, come forward with a costed, practical alternative that works. And I think it's our responsibility as an administration to put forward something that's costed, put forward something that works, and that puts forward something that won't make us have to make cuts in year that will be even more painful and even less palatable. So I recognise the difficult choices that he refers to, but really we're not in the land of ideals here. We're in the land of unpalatable truths. Councillor Tomlinson asked about a clear and strong message to central government. You know, without using language that probably isn't appropriate for the council chamber, I can't be much more clear in that I completely oppose the austerity decisions made by central government. If I was George Osborne, that's a funny sentence, if I was George Osborne, things would be very different, but unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your viewpoint, I'm not. So I will, make that point again, that I oppose the austerity decisions that are at the root of these decisions. I regret the fact that they're having big impacts in our communities. I think, enough is a good description. There's vulnerable people in our communities across Britain suffering as a result of that. And I think it's our job as a council to point that out. But unfortunately, it's also our job as a council to set the legal budget. And I don't think those things are mutually incompatible. Mary pointed out again, the elongated process that we've been through in terms of joint scrutiny, in terms of the decision that we made on the 28th of January to accept the savings measures. There were also the plans were discussed at Council in December. Which brings me on to Jeff's point, really. I recognise, as I said in my initial contribution, scrutiny is something we can build on. Consultation, I think, is something we can build on, and I'm genuine in my approach to that, as I think he'd probably concede I'm genuine in my approach generally to these things, in that my door's open if people have got suggestions and people have got points that they want to make to me. I know Nigel operates a very similar policy, whichever grouping you're in, he's always happy to speak to people about the technicalities of the budget, putting it together. I pointed out £1.3 million is the money that the council tax rise will raise, and if we don't raise it in that way, we have to raise it from cuts, which would be, in my view, even more damaging. On the issue of whether the savings were all considered, I think in many ways it's the job of the Cabinet to put forward a package which scrutiny then has a look at. If scrutiny at that point want to ask about considerations, then scrutiny is the time to do that. I think to do that today is risks being a bit more of a political stunt than really a constructive attempt at engagement, if I'm honest. But having said that, I'll come back to my initial point that I concede the fact that we're not perfect. We can do things better. We can hopefully next year and moving forward look at what we've done and improve on it.
Thank you, Anne. Jeff, can you just stop you 2 seconds? Nigel, do you want to come in a minute?
I just wanted to come back and just clarify on the 4 and the 10%. I asked chief officers for what would 4% and what would 10% look like if it came off their budgets at a time when we didn't know what sort of reduction we were going to be looking at from Welsh Government. Now, naturally, once you start to get into the 10% category, you start to get into less worked up savings and less detailed savings and far more difficult savings. At that point, we didn't have a steer on social care protection, which might have needed some services would have had to have gone up there. As it transpired, it came out as 4% for Torfaen, and there were a number of corporate proposals, and therefore, as Councillor Hunt has referred to, Cabinet considered the 4% savings, and that is what they pushed in.
Thank you, Nigel. Jeff?
I did actually raise a scrutiny about where did these proposals come from, and why were there just a set of them. The point I tried to make about the 10%, there could be some things in the 10% proposals for savings that we could have done more easily than cutting other things. But that we didn't know about them makes me concerned about how we can establish that this budget is credible. Other points that Anthony raised. But in the January meeting, Plaid Cymru Group didn't vote for the savings, just to make that clear. The majority of councillors in the chamber did, but we didn't. Just to move on then from that point around what we could have done in terms of looking for other savings, while we're still asking for 1.3 million. In the budget book as well, if you go on to page 55, it talks about a possible £750,000 in savings through changing the debt repayment policy. My understanding is that's still ongoing, and it's not included in the budget because we're not sure, or you're not sure, how long that's going to take to come through. My sort of question: when was the last time you actually contacted the Wales Audit Office to find out where their advice was, so we could get on with it?
Nigel, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I think that's one for me. It was within the last 2 weeks that we had a meeting with the Wales Audit Office. It is something that we've put forward and we would have liked to have pursued. But I'd like to think this council tries to do things the right way, and therefore before we bring in such a saving of such significance, we have approached the external regulators for their advice and guidance before we change our debt redemption policy. Their initial response was that they were uncomfortable with it, and their initial advice was that they didn't think that was appropriate. And at that point, it came out of the budget and alternative proposals were put in. We've subsequently had a meeting. David Lilly's had a meeting with the WAO, and the door, let's say, is not firmly closed. But my advice to you would be at the moment, if you had to ask me to guess which way this is going to go, would be not positive at the moment. And therefore I could not recommend putting it in the budget or anything else. Should that change, then clearly we will keep pursuing it either for the overall financial standing or for 2015-16, when the problems and challenges are going to be equally difficult.
Very nice. Anthony?
I think it's probably worth noting my, disappointment at that. I think, it's exactly the kind of thing that council should be doing to meet the tough challenge at the moment. So I think it's disappointing that we've had that, that delay in that. On the 10%, so I think I want to sort of dispel the, any impression, given unintentionally or otherwise, that any of these things would have been palatable. When you get into the 10% and some of the things that Cabinet decided to not go forward with, you're talking about cancelling public events, closing public toilets. You're talking, libraries and services that people value, and closure of services that we wanted to avoid. You're also talking things that eat far more into redundancies, and so I think it's the Cabinet's job to rule out those kind of things that it finds unpalatable and to move forward from there with scrutiny. But as I say, there's a way that process can be improved, and I'd welcome a conversation with them about your suggestions.
Last one, Jeff.
Last one. Well, thanks for the confirmation. It's a Cabinet-driven budget. I think the people of Torfaen want that to be clearly understood. Just going back to the 750,000, well, I accept what you say. It would be not correct to include it in the budget while it's still unclear whether that money will become available. Could I ask the Executive Member for Resources to consider, if the money does become available, could you ring-fence that to offer some kind of council tax rebate during this financial year? I understand that's legally possible for us to do. I understand there might be some small administrative costs to deal with that, but would he consider it if the money became available?
And?
In saying that we're trying to avoid in-year decisions, that seems to strike against that principle, really. But certainly, if that money came available, there is a conversation to be had on how it can be used. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, members, recommendations on 46, 47 and 48. Can I have a show of hands, please?
Mr Mayor, I wonder if I could ask for a recorded vote, please.
I'm not enough yet. Right, that's better. Right,
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, we moved on rather quickly without offering any other member the right to speak then, if you don't mind.
Jeff had about 4 or 5, maybe 6 on a trot, and everybody had the opportunity to come in. And I did say, how many times have I got asked to?
I was waiting for Councillor Rees to finish his line of questioning. That is quite courteous, really.
Councillor Ains, go on.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of things, really. I just want to recognise, really, that this has been one of the toughest years yet. But we are where we are, and we've had a job to do. I also would like to thank the officers and councillors here for the time and effort that they've put into bringing the budget proposals forward. And Cabinet have had some tough choices to make. But let's be clear, it is Cabinet that has made these choices, and that's been pretty much agreed by Councillor Hunt. I'm also a little bit saddened that that some members here have taken the opportunity to politicise the budget, and you know, that's sort of questionable, really. But if we're going to get a little bit political, then you know, that's fine too, and I'll possibly join in. There seems to be a constant reference to the Westminster cuts being the reason for our budget cuts, but I was under a different impression. Some of my colleagues in Cardiff have confirmed to me that the Welsh Government allocate the budget to local councils, and that this has decreased. But I'm under the understanding that the funding from Westminster Government to Welsh Government has increased by over 100 million. I can only wonder why that happens. I'm going to get a little bit parochial, really, because I mean it's the effect of our residents that our budget decisions have, and some of the budget decisions we've taken year on year here, and I'm only in my second term, so I'm relatively new. Some of the impacts on my St Giles Ward residents, we've had streetlight decommissioning that have made many people feel vulnerable. We've got roads that we can be ashamed of, entire streets that have made up of temporary fills and craters, parks that are run down, equipment failures, vulnerable people feeling at risk, refuse bin replacement charges. These are just to name a few within my ward. That doesn't include the wider borough issues of some library closures, distance in leisure services, the SRS debacle, education failures, and of course ceasing to highlight Torfaen as a tourist destination. And I think we're missing something there. And sometimes this is why are we continuing to fund one or two pet projects? And you know, that doesn't fit well with me. Like Councillor Rees, I didn't agree the budgets in January, and I'm finding it very difficult to do so here today. So for that reason, I won't be supporting this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Eanes. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Councillor Hunt and Nigel for the work that they've done to prepare this budget. I fully support the principle that we have to make cuts in these times of austerity, but I do believe they should be cuts in the right place, and I don't want to go into detail there. But we have also had some negligence with laptops, millions wasted on that, and Green Meadow Farm hemorrhaging 400,000 a year. That's a fact. But I just want to pick up for future for Anthony, whereby for the first time this year, there was a budget webcast, which I watched with diligence, and it seemed to me that it was announced that the average Band D was 1,788, and a 3.95% increase gave a rise of £36, but it's actually £39.81, which is basic maths really, and from then onwards I didn't have a warm fuzzy feeling that the figures would be correct in the budget. But I just think in hindsight, perhaps it should have been checked before it was broadcast. It was pre-recorded, and I wondered if, Anthony, what measures you will have in place for future broadcasts.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Brian?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There have been a number of speakers throughout the debate who have sought really to avoid any accountability whatsoever for implementation of this budget. I concur with many of the sentiments already expressed about the good work that Nigel and his staff, and indeed Anthony Hunt, have done in producing a budget in the most difficult circumstances. And although we've had a silent, or sometimes silent, protest from the back about doing the work of the UK government for them. The fact remains that what has happened during this budget setting process is a remarkable attempt by Nigel and his staff, and Anthony in particular, to mitigate the worst impact of the cuts in funding that have been foisted upon us. And it saddens me that we hear lots of comments about how well the officers and the executive member have done in order to try and mitigate those effects and come up with a budget which is sensible and reasonable and the best we could possibly hope for in the circumstances. That although they make similar remarks, they then distance themselves from, as I say, any responsibility for it by saying, I'm going to abstain, I don't agree with this, it's cabinet driven. The fact is the consultation with members over this budget setting exercise has been the most comprehensive I've experienced in the last 10 years on this council, and for you then to say I didn't have opportunity, that is cabinet driven, that I'm going to have to abstain because the housing people produced a calendar. Good God. It's absolutely removing yourself from any accountability, but it will be seen as such by the people of Torfaen that you're actually not contributing to a very difficult job. You're actually saying, blame the Labour Party. We know who is really to blame, and the failure really of the opposition within this council to come up with anything more constructive than they have today is a great shame, I think.
Stuart Ashley.
I would just like to add that I sat through all of that scrutiny process in November as I was chairing it, and I tell you what, it was an extremely exhausting process. There's all that went to it, a test. The point was how many of us went to it. And all people had a really good say at it. I thought it was a really good process. And if questions weren't asked there, why weren't they asked there? Yeah? I don't say that, but I mean, there were a couple of things that went through there that I weren't happy with, and I did question. But the thing is, we accept there's a budget process, and I certainly would be supporting this. There's pet issues of mine that went through, but the point is, we have to save for this budget. We've got to set a budget, and I think we accept that. Those of us that agree with the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Stu. Councillor York.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'm bound to say that, and I'm going to go back on a promise that I made to some colleagues 18 months ago, 20 months ago, I will never, ever, when a speaker, whether it be at a council meeting or indeed a member's seminar, jump straight up and say, well, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation, and it was brilliant, and blah, blah, blah. But on this occasion, I'm going to make an exception, because I think the presentation of the budget by, first of all, Nigel Aurelius, in his inimitable style, and secondly, and perhaps more easily digested, because it was couched in language that I more readily understand, because I'm not an economist or a financial expert, but having regard to the fact that both Nigel Aurelius and indeed Anthony have worked their socks off in the last 6 months or so, and as a member of the Cabinet I know how difficult the decisions that we've had to make have been, and we applied this litmus test, if not this, then what? Right along the line. That was a very, very difficult process to be engaged in, and it's something that I learned a lot from. I also learned a lot from my young colleague on the left here, because his passion for the job, his hard work and endeavour, and picking up on what Bob Wellington said earlier on, the relationship that's been forged between executive member and chief officer, and not in any friendly or overly friendly or inappropriately friendly way, a meeting of minds and exchange of views right along. I commend the budget. Clearly I would, because I had a hand in constructing it in some senses. But I'd like to turn now to one or two comments that have been made by some of the speakers. Councillor Haynes said this is too political. Of course it's too political. Of course it's political. We're engaged in a political process. We are constructing a budget on the basis of what we as socialists, as Labour Party members, believe is the right way to go. And I would ask this. God help us if the Tories were producing this budget, because you heard what Graham was talking about. He would have slash and burn right along the way. And I have to say as well that if it was left to the independents, the oxymorons, then clearly we would have a massive problem there, because they haven't got a clue what they're doing. And I return one final point. The thing that is most disappointing is that none of those people who opposed this budget have given, with the possible exception of Jeff Rees on the margins, none of these contributors have given an alternative or any understanding that this is the way we would go instead. And I'm getting the distinct impression that very often amongst opposition groups, they take that keyword oppose to fantastic lengths. They're not behaving like a proper opposition. They're just opposing for the sake of opposing. And it's appalling.
Right. Hold on a minute. Let's get back on track. We're starting with, I think it's going to be David Daniels, then Bob the leader, then Fiona Cross, then Anthony Hunt, and then Jessica.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, just a minute. I resent the comment of an oxymoron, did you say? Yeah, a moron's a moron.
No. An oxymoron is you can't be a group if you're independents. It's an oxymoronic statement. It's a self-defeating statement. It wasn't meant, and it isn't defined as moronic in the way that you chose to interpret it, and all that does is to reflect the fact that you don't understand what an oxymoron means.
Right.
It's the interpretation of people watching the webcast, the people out there.
Bit of order now. Come on, we will give... It's Councillor Daniels' turn now.
I'm just going to basically repeat what a lot of people have said. This is the trouble with waiting your turn. We've had policy seminars on this, we've had scrutiny, we've had council meetings, we've had ample opportunity to contribute to this debate, the discourse on this, and the opposition have not. They've not taken that opportunity. They've come here today with empty rhetoric, empty populist rhetoric. We could all say what we'd like to see happen, whether it's realistic or not. This is what they have done. They've come here lazy. They're lazy. We don't have an opposition. The best we've got is, as Dave said, Jeff. The group at the back have not contributed anything to this at all. They've not said what we should do instead. Councillor Burnett said earlier he'd like to see. He doesn't want to see services cut. But if we don't put the council tax up, we're going to have to cut more services. It's all one thing to say, there are cuts that we're making that I'm not happy with. Which ones? And which ones would you see replaced? It's not enough to get up and say, I oppose this. And I think they should be seen for what they are. They're just this empty rhetoric, empty, impotent rhetoric, every time.
Thank you, Councillor Daniels. Leader?
I didn't want to say what I'm about to say until the Leader of the Opposition. I don't know whether she disappeared or what. Is she still in the building? Or? Well, I think that I was going to make a statement. It's not necessary. I think the last three speakers have been excellent. They've outlined quite clearly that the opposition haven't got a case, haven't thought about the case, and haven't attended many of the sessions where this has been discussed. This didn't just drop out of the air. This had been under discussion for 6 to 9 months. And you had ample opportunity to raise the issues, and you didn't. You didn't raise them on any occasion. Now, to come here at the last minute and start to sort of raise a number of what I would consider to be minor issues proves to us that you haven't got a case. And If you don't want to make those cuts, you need to tell us what are we going to do instead of that. You haven't done that. Amply explained by David Daniels, by Brian Morby, and by David. I think it's sad, actually, that they haven't got together, they haven't constructed a case. That's partly because when you come to meetings, there's some here and not here. Some don't come at all. Or not at all, but certainly on very few occasions. Well, then you can understand how they can't construct a case. And so I'll leave it. I think it's amply answered by the last three speakers.
Councillor Cross.
I only want to come back to the point of scrutiny, and we did have an excellent joint scrutiny, as Stuart said. It was informative, it was helpful, and it was probably the best scrutiny I've been a part of. But then I'd like to highlight the fact that part of the budget that that is proposed today and that we will be setting today, part of that debate will be held tomorrow as part of the scrutiny on the emotive subject of school crossings will be debated. Members would have been more informed and had more opportunity to discuss that. And I think it is a point that Anthony made earlier, that it's political to bring in these points now, but yet, like I said, that scrutiny is being held tomorrow. It is part of my question later, but I just thought it was appropriate to bring it in now.
Thank you. Jess?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just want to say, obviously, it is a political issue setting a budget, but at the end of the day, it's the realism of what's happening. We have to make cuts, and we will have to make cuts year on year. If we don't set a legal budget today, how will we be in any position to continue next year and the year after? As others have said, it's one thing to say I don't like this particular action or that particular action, but overall you have to take the budget as a full document. I think it would be foolish even to not vote in favour of something you broadly agree with because of one or two issues. In particular, they might be very populist, but we have to see this as an ongoing project. We can't just sort of bury our heads in the sand and say, it's going to get better, because it isn't.
Thank you, Jess. Anthony, do you want to come in here? Then John, and then Jeff. Go on, John.
Me now? Only to say that in all fairness, Nigel and Anthony took us through all this over the last 12 months. I'm sure I've been to two or three seminars with it, and all the rest of it, and I don't hear none of this fetched up when these are speaking. Now is the time to pass this budget as the best we possibly can, because I think the two of them have worked tremendously hard. And I can't see anybody, favouring anything else but the truth.
Yeah, Jeff?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I do sort of welcome the leader's comments, so therefore I'm going to sort of ask him, in the spirit of enabling people to deliver a proper budget, would he allow the officers of this council to enter into full and frank discussions with the budget, with opposition leaders from the start of the budget process?
We'll look at that.
Thank you both. Right, any more now? Right, come back to... Anthony. Anthony want to come in. Do you want to come in, Ant, now or not? Or do we want to go back to the way we was...
I'll keep it short as I can, just to give members responses to the points they've made. I thank Councillor Haynes for recognition of how tough things are, and for her recognition of the effort of officers and members, and that this has been a tough choice. The point's been made, really, but I'll repeat it. If the budget isn't political, then what is, really? I've tried to be sort of as approachable. I'm not a very scary person, even if I try to be, but I've not even tried. Look, my door's open. Come and speak. I'm not going to, chase someone away or not listen to them based on which grouping they're in. I can't really say fairer than that, but this is the most political thing we ever do. Quote Nye Bevan if you want me to, but all politics is economic at its basis, because if you've not got the money, you can't have socialism if you're skint. That's Dennis Skinner. Sorry, mix my quotees. The question that she made about the route of the cuts, really. It's true to say that the Welsh Government delivers the budget for councils, but they are in the same boat as us in many respects, in that they don't want to make difficult decisions, but they're going to have £1.7 billion less in 2015 than they did in 2010. So if they've got £1.7 billion less, they can't give councils continually more money. It's just not, it doesn't add up. So I think there are comrades in that battle rather than our opponents. Many people have said, you know, the list of complaints is fine, but if there's no alternative, then it's rather limiting. I thank Councillor Harris for his acceptance of the need to make savings, and for his advice on my future on-screen performances. I'll maybe take his advice and maybe even join the Actors Union. He has the right, of course, as he said, not to go into detail. I don't have that luxury, and the Cabinet doesn't have that luxury, or the governing group. You know, that's not something that we have the luxury of doing. But as I said before, I'll defend his right to not go into detail to my death. From Stuart, I'd like to thank him for the way he chaired that scrutiny session. I'm certainly not in this to have sort of easy questions tossed at me. I'm more than happy to face up to the tough questions that you as members have to ask. But I think, you know, this year's session was something that we can build on going forwards. Not that it's my job to dictate what you do or don't do as scrutiny chairs. I thank David for his kind comments and his highlight of the big distinction really between constructive opposition and point scoring. Really, as was mentioned by David, as well as some of the false choices that again have been highlighted today that we don't have the luxury of going with. The point Fiona made on scrutiny, I think that's the subject of a question later on, so I won't put words into other members' mouths. But I'm glad she thought the session was excellent, and again, I hope we can build on it. Jess pointed out the budget was political. Of course it is, and she also pointed out the fact that we can't bury our heads in the sand, as much as that might be easy. Brian said, of course, that you know, the importance of mitigating the impact of cuts. That's not certainly why I got into politics. That's not always exciting. It's sometimes very depressing, but I think it's vital work. It's a bit like being in goal against Barcelona or something, really. As many shots as you save, you're always going to let some in. But you know, that's just the job that we have to do, whether we find it a particularly, you know, exciting or a sexy role or not, really. Jeff's point was answered by the leader, so I think that's it now.
Thank you, Ant. Anybody else? Phil, you want to come in where you left off?
All I'd like to say, Mr. Mayor, is that I would like a recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Show of hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just need members to indicate clearly, please. Can you remember to use your microphone? And the recommendations are on pages 46, 47 and 48. Please can you say whether you're for, against or abstain? So I'll start as usual with Councillor Ashley.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
For.
Councillor Bevan.
Abstain.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Burnett.
Against.
Councillor Cameron.
For.
Councillor Karen.
For.
Councillor Gwynaira Clark. Councillor Richard Clark. Councillor Constance.
For.
Councillor Crick.
For.
Councillor Cross.
Against.
Councillor Cunningham.
For.
Councillor Daniels.
For.
Councillor Giles Davis.
For.
Councillor Nigel Davis.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Furzer.
For.
Councillor Graham.
Against.
Councillor Harnett. Councillor Harris.
Against.
Councillor Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Hunt.
For.
Councillor Jeremiah.
Against.
Councillor Alan Jones. Councillor Lewis-Jones. Councillor Kemp. 4. Councillor Marshall. Councillor Mason.
4.
Councillor Morby. Councillor Mills. Councillor Owen.
4.
Councillor Powell.
4.
Councillor Rees.
Against.
Councillor Seaborn. Councillor Smith.
Abstain.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Thomas.
4.
Councillor Tomlinson. Councillor Waite.
4.
Councillor Wellington. Councillor Yule.
4.
Thank you. I'll just count up the numbers.
Members, I can announce 32 for, 7 against and 3 abstaining. So the budget has been improved. Thank you. Good day, Mr. Banfield.
Want to have a break?
Members, do you want a break? No, people might want to go to the toilet or something. You'll have 5 minutes break then. And only 5 minutes. Getting in slowly. Hello, members. That was the quickest 5 minutes. I've just been told off anyway. Not. Yeah, they said no more 5 minutes. You've got to do at least 20 minutes next time. You know what? Agenda item 12, is it? 12. Russell, Graham Russell, Head of Human Resources and Pensions. Can you present your report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, members. I thought it would be good morning, but just into the afternoon. This report is about the pay policy of the Council. The Localism Act of 2011 requires us to present a report and have it agreed by Council on an annual basis. The policy deals with matters of pay, and it's a statement of what is. So, as the Chief Legal Officer referred earlier, it's not about asking for changes or anything of that nature. It's to simply recognise what is currently in place. It deals with the Chief Officer's pay. It deals with pay of all categories of staff, excluding schools-based. So it does, for example, cover Salisbury, relating to psychologists. It does relate to the majority of the rest of the workforce. And what the first report we did was 2012, following the introduction of the Act in 2011. And the last couple of reports have been relatively static. What, however, has happened this time round is that there has been additional draft guidance issued, which we need to take cognizance of. And although it is somewhat late in the day, that final guidance has only been issued within the last week since this report has been written. So what the report attempts to do is to take on board all of the draft guidance, because there's been virtually no change from draft to final updated guidance. So it takes on board as much as it can all of the draft guidance. However, what we have been told is that references to the Independent Remuneration Panel don't actually need to be reflected in detail this time round, because we are awaiting further guidance in April, and so because that guidance is not available yet, it isn't essential that you make reference to IRP within the document. We have attempted to do so on the basis of the guidance that came out just before Christmas. What's important about this pay policy is that it does draw out some important aspects in terms of the pay of officers. And what I wanted to do is make reference to some of the changes that have taken place. We do have to publish this on the website. So subject to your agreement of this report, it would be reproduced on the website and made publicly available as a freestanding document. The whole point about trying to incorporate as much of the draft guidance as we could, even though it hadn't been finalised, was the requirement to be open and transparent in the dealings surrounding pay for all officers. That clearly is particularly topical at the moment, given some sensitivities around practices that may or may not have taken place within other councils across Wales. So that's quite important to note. I wanted to pick up on some of the changes, and these are really referred to in paragraph 6 of the report, which is on page 180 of your agenda. And there are some changes that do need to be brought to your attention. Most of the report is exactly the same as you have previously agreed, but there are a handful of changes, and some of these are quite important. Firstly, there is an increase in salary bandings, certainly for Salisbury and certainly for the NJC staff. There is no increase in salaries for chief officers, and the point is made in the report that chief officer pay has been static at the same levels for the past 6 years. So they are not subject to quite the same national terms and conditions. They have a separate negotiating body, and that has been static over recent years. So there is no change to what's happened there. What's also introduced here is commentary about the role of the IRP. And the IRP will now have more involvement in terms of the level of higher pay, and indeed in terms of setting a pay policy. We need to be cognizant of the views of the IRP around the head of paid service, around severance packages, around proposed changes to head of paid service or those officers paid in excess of £100,000. Now, that is the one that we are awaiting further guidance, and although we've made the reflections within here, we may have to make some further slight revisions once we get the updated guidance. It just seems the guidance hasn't kept up to date with the timing of when policies come to councils. Further changes, there's comments in here about arrangements relating to tax and national insurance. And this is partly a reflection of instances or experiences that have occurred elsewhere in Wales. And there's a fairly clear statement in here that we do not operate any such schemes that attempt for senior officers to minimise their tax or national insurance. So the report there is a nil, as it were. There's also comments on the re-employment of individuals who may already be in receipt of a local government pension, and generally that's discouraged unless there are very specific and particular reasons why the expertise of an officer may need to be brought back, be it short-term or in a slightly different role for a task and finish. There is also the need to make reference to things such as election expenses, paying of honorarium, and these are all included within here. So those are the key sort of areas of change. Now, one of the things this policy is designed to do is to link the relationship between the median pay of officers of the council and the most senior officers within the council. And in recent years, it's referred to in the report that the ratio between the chief executive's pay and that of the median pay has been of the magnitude of about 6.4 to 1. So in effect, the median pay, when compared to that of the chief executive, is that 6.41 to 1 ratio. That ratio has come down. It's now under 6, and that reflects the fact that the median pay has gone up slightly, while chief officer pays have remained static. It's a similar position when you compare to the average of chief officers' pay, where that's come down slightly less. That's gone from 3.72 as a ratio down to 3.67. The reason that is not so great is whilst those officers within that category have not received pay increases, what has happened is there are fewer of those officers now. Members may recall over the past 6 or 7 months, perhaps 3 or 4 heads of service or more senior posts have been taken away or merged as senior managers have left, and there's been an amalgamation of roles. So that is reflecting the change there. The final thing that I would wish to draw attention to at this stage is, and it touches on the issue that the Chief Legal Officer referred to earlier, and that's the fact that I'm presenting this report, and there is a slight quirk here. And that is, there is a degree of nervousness at the moment due to issues raised by the Wales Audit Office about officers presenting reports where it's specifically about them in some way and their terms and conditions. So we draw that specifically to your attention, that I am an officer of the council, that my pay is obviously part of what is covered within this report, and the detailed statements attached to this in terms of pay grades, etc. But I think it's important to say every council is probably thinking about this issue at the moment. And I think it's important to note that this report is not about me. It's about me as part of a much wider workforce of 4,000 or so, excluding teaching staff. So it's a statement, as I say, of what is as well. It's not asking for changes, it's not suggesting any changes. It's simply saying this is what we have at the moment. So I draw that to your attention, and the only other point that I would make at this stage is that you're asked to approve this as an accurate statement of the current pay and conditions associated with the workforce. There is the statement itself attached to the report, and then there are various appendices which deal with more detailed aspects of what lies behind the policy. So at this stage, they're the only comments that I would need to make, except to seek the recommendation around the approval.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Anthony Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for to Graham for the presentation. I think 6.2, which Graham described, is the real crux of this report, which shows that the Chief Executive to median pay ratio has decreased and is well below the Hutton report maximum, as has the ratio in terms of senior officers. And I think that's very important. Very important to note in a positive light, because if it was the other way around, we'd be rightly questioning it in a negative light. And I think it compares well to other public service organisations in Wales. So I welcome that approach, and the lack of expectation expressed by senior officers in this organisation that it should be any other way. And that's certainly encouraging. As an exec member, I've not had any expectation that things should change, and I welcome that. I also welcome the willingness to recognise the need to save money in our senior management costs in terms of not reappointing people when people leave, and we've saved a number of posts in that respect, and that's money that can be spent on services that otherwise wouldn't be able to. So I welcome that, and I therefore move the report.
Thank you, Ant. Members, any questions? Councillor Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to ask Graham a question, please. It's curious to the issue about the timing that we've been asked to vote on this now. I can understand it because it's the beginning of the new financial year coming in April, but as Graham alluded to, the timing of the guidance coming out from the IRP has not been consistent with the timing of this being brought forward to the council. So really what I'm trying to get at is, does he have any inkling into what the impact of the IRP recommendations might be, and should it not be that the recommendation that's been put forward in 7.1 be amended to have the ability to have a further review once we have the IRP recommendations and guidelines?
Graham, coming in there.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Mayor. The annual publication of the report has to be before the 31st of March, so we are not able to await the further guidance that will come forward. However, within the policy itself, there's a paragraph 12 which talks about amendments to the policy. And at any stage during the period of the current pay statement, if there are amendments, and it could be as a result of updated guidance, it could be as a result of, for example, the forthcoming changes in the local government pension scheme. If there are any changes that come through where it is considered a revision is necessary, that report would need to be brought back to full council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So basically then, what I'm saying is suggesting an amendment to the wording of the recommendation to allow for that, what's the word, to make allowance for that happening.
Mr. Mayor, could I suggest it's already included within the policy statement, so there isn't necessarily a need to make that recommendation unless members explicitly wanted to?
It's already in there, eh? Right. Councillor Bevan, do we want to...
Mr. Mayor, if it's actually contained within the policy statement, then no, I think we can accept the recommendation as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bevan. Councillor Barnett?
Yes, I'm asking this out of curiosity, but not frivolity. Due to the fact that the Silk Commission is reporting that one of its recommendations is that teachers' pay and conditions of service becomes the responsibility of the Welsh Government, which was announced yesterday. From your experience, what kind of time frame are we talking about to enable the proper primary legislation and all the rest to go through before teachers will be, have a Welsh national agreed pay and conditions of service and will come into this document?
Mr. Russell?
I suspect there's no one correct answer to that. It's how long is a piece of string. Part of it is relating the political aspects of any change to the practicalities of any change. It also depends whether it's primary or secondary legislation that would need to be undertaken. Primary legislation inevitably taking considerably longer. But if there is existing primary legislation with secondary legislation coming in, it very much depends on the priorities then of government in terms of the legal drafting time and moving that through. So in essence, I'm giving a non-answer because it really is one of those, it very much depends.
Right. Thank you. Anybody else then? Any more? Right, we'll move on then. The recommendations is on page 181 of the agenda. We have asked to approve the pay policy statement as an accurate summary of the Council's current policy. Can I have a show of hands, please? Is everybody in it? Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Agenda item 13. Support to the careers in Torvain. Carers. Put my glasses on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to read the full report, which starts at page 203. I just thought I'd pick out some of the key highlights and potentially some of the changes. Obviously what I'm trying to do is bring you up to date on how well we're managing demand for carer services, the impact of the carers measure and the carer strategy in Wales, and any future service developments that support carers. And this is built on the report I presented to you last year, where you asked for an annual update. So this is my second annual update. And in that report, I presented lots of facts and figures on how much we spend, how many carers we have, using census data, etc. I haven't repeated that in this report, but it is contained in the appendix, some of the information on the statistics, if you want to know that. Just to pick out a couple of those statistics, we're currently supporting about 800 carers, formerly within social services, that's adult carers, and about 50 young carers. And as I said last year, I believe that unpaid carers are the hidden army. And without them, we would be, in a very worse position in Torfaen, and certainly from an economic benefit. The estimates are that they would cost Torfaen Council's economy £212 million. On a current spend on formal support to carers, which includes respite, is £2.3 million. But that doesn't include some of the informal support that carers will have as respite from their caring situation when their loved ones attend day activities and day opportunities. So those are the 2.3 million is the general area. And picking up a comment that has been made earlier relating to the budget and learning from best practice, I think one of the things we've been trying to do, as I've set out there at 4.2, is working collaboratively with the other local authorities in the region and the Health Board to develop our carers consultation and communication strategy, so that at least we're starting to now bring together all of those frontline professionals, health and social care, to get a better understanding of who are the carers, who are likely to be carers, and what sort of support we can collectively give them. I've set out from section 5 a whole list of some of the support that you would have previously seen, and just to pick out where some of the changes may be there. And it's interesting, that very first one, the carers information. How's that? Bashcured it? Okay. Just in case you didn't hear that. We're trying to move towards, obviously, an online information generating service right across social care and housing. But this handbook is one of those documents. It's an orange-covered book. You've probably seen it in various council locations. Is one of the most requested documents. So we always make sure that that is kept up to date. And then the carer support team, I want to reflect on that. That was one of the teams where in our savings mitigations we identified that they were at potential risk of compulsory redundancy, because we'd anticipated that the way that we had a separate team, as it sets out here at 5.2 and 5.2.2, it was causing the potential for duplication or miscommunication between the cared for person and the carers. So we took the decision, again looking at best practice elsewhere, of bringing those expert resources, those qualified social workers, into the ordinary care management teams within adult services. And that means we didn't have to make those redundancies. Those individuals took up those posts. And what I've highlighted there is one of the difficulties with having any small team, and you know we had 2 qualified social workers and a support worker designated as the carers support team. Any sickness or holidays makes it very difficult then to provide continuity of service. So by embedding them in the formal care management teams, it means we've got a better continuity of support for carers. So obviously that's something different that I wanted to bring your attention today. I've also mentioned the support courses at 5.3, the training and the T. George Lansbury support course, which again I'm highlighting there that because there's intermittent attendance, we're having a look at is there a better way of delivering that direct support to carers in terms of training, advice, information, which makes it more cost effective. The Carer Centre, one of the issues we have there is the numbers and the people who attend the Carer Centre still remain static, and we're working closely with TVA and the Carer Centre to see if we can improve the facilities they offer, the support they offer, to be more desirable, I suppose, to a wider range of carers. But, you know, we're doing our best to continue to support that, and I've set out there some of the budget issues there. The other one I want to highlight is the Carers Leisure Scheme, starting at 5.5. And, you know, that's becoming, if you like, a not very cost-effective support mechanism. And what we're aiming to do is to decommission that, but it doesn't mean people won't be able to access leisure opportunities. What we will do is, if they have eligible needs as a carer, we will convert it into a direct payment, and it will be a more cost-effective way of delivering the same support, but in a different way of doing things. And again, you know, that's working with other councils across the UK to see how they've done similar things to pick up that best practice. I've mentioned their respite, and we spend nearly £1 million on formal respite, so it's a significant part of making sure that carers have regular breaks when they're providing for somebody who has intensive needs. The area I wanted to highlight was at 6.4, that's on page 207. That's the local enhanced GP service. And if I remind you of the new arrangements under the carers measure that I shared with you last year, frontline staff within the health service now are starting to be trained and updated on how to identify a carer, how to assess the carer's needs, and how to offer support and advice. And one of the best ways of doing that is obviously to use the GP fraternity, which is very often where somebody who may have a long-term condition or a disability will be going regularly, and the conversation starts to happen with their partner, with their carer, just to check out, do you see yourself as a carer? Is there something you require in terms of additional support? So GPs are being paid an additional fund, if you like, a payment to help identify carers and provide that support. And that is a new way of working, because traditionally the role of supporting carers has always fallen on local authority social services. So there's a recognition, I guess, that that's been a gap within the health service that's now trying to be filled. And then the following one, the collaborative research that I've highlighted there in terms of the new developments. What we're trying to do is use some of the funds that we were awarded under the Social Services Wellbeing Transformation Part to do some research to see is there any impact of those GPs starting to identify carers sooner and providing them with support and advice or signposting them. So we'll get a good, clearer picture next year as we start seeing what has been the impact of that additional resource and do a little bit of independent research to evaluate it. I've listed there a couple of other areas of work where some of the changes have been happening since last year. And just to highlight the outcomes work, we've got an internal group looking at how do we move away from a task focus for individuals to a outcome focus. So how do we start measuring what is it people need, what outcomes are they trying to achieve, and how then can the social care family help support to deliver those families. And Gareth Cook, who's our lead carer policy officer within the commissioning team, is a member of the national group informing the whole debate on outcomes for carers. So as well as learning from best practice by being part of that group, he's also informing best practice based on what we're finding locally on the ground. So it's a two-way learning opportunity. I've mentioned the successful bid for the lottery fund. So again, that's given us some additional capacity for young carers in particular. And the coordinated carers information pack, that's now a folder with an awful lot of information in across health and social care, across all of the 5 local authorities in this region and the health board. So we're starting to develop that consistency of approach so people have similar information at the time that they're identified as being a carer. Excuse me. I've also mentioned a couple of information days that we'll be involved with and the Wisdom, Wealth and Wellbeing, which starts to really think about how can we really maximise the online fraternity to start buddying up, if you like, people who are potentially carers with carers of long standing to offer that mutual support. Another one that isn't mentioned there, which is hot off the press, just to update members, is Welsh Government have recently announced an intermediate care fund, and that's for a regional bid to be pulled together, which will involve RSLs, third sector, the health boards and the local authorities. Contained within that bid, an intermediate care is usually that community-based support between primary care and community services and hospital. So it's that trying to fill that gap. And 2 of those elements in particular will have a carer-related theme. So if that bid is successful, there's additional capacity being, if we get that fund awarded from Welsh Government, that will help to boost some of our support. And one of the elements in particular is a programme called Community Connectors. And you remember from our previous conversations in those scrutiny meetings on the budget, several members were asking how are we going to ensure that the third sector is able to support some of our lower and moderate needs. These community connectors will perform some of that role, be able to signpost and help individual carers or service users with lower and moderate needs to find the right organisation or community resource to help them. So if we are successful in that bid, that will fill some of that gap. I've highlighted the Carers View survey, and just to pick up there, we had a better response than last year. 87% of carers rated the services from social care and housing as good or excellent. Last year it was 75%, so people are seeing that the improvement there. I've mentioned there the pilot we undertook with Abersycon School to try and identify carers, because that's another gap we know we have. And we're, based on the information we received there, we'll build in some of the training for the future using that intelligence. And our aim will be to try and spread that practice out in other schools, working with the school governors and the staff there. Those are the main things I wanted to highlight to you. My recommendations are that you note how I'm managing the demand for carer services and particularly looking at how future developments will support us in that endeavour. that you note the progress made on the carer strategy measure, and that's the appendix that is provided with your pack. I didn't intend going through that today. And I just wondered whether you'd prefer for my next annual report next year that rather than having a written report, possibly I provide a presentation with maybe some case studies or use a member seminar to do that. I'll leave that for your consideration. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sue. Members, any questions? We'll start with Mary, Stuart and Nigel.
Right. Just two very quick ones. I think it's absolutely, we all are celebrating the fact that the young carers will have 78,000 for the programme. Will any of that money go towards training mentors in educational establishments? Because some of us remember when Becky from the Young Carers Forum came to address us, she did, in a brilliant presentation, but she did highlight the fact that not all educational establishments were aware that they had young carers, or that they were providing the additional support with, homework and coursework problems, or even, getting to school on time if they've had a really rough night with caring duties, etc. Will any of that money then go towards educating those staff in those establishments?
We've got a young carer steering group, and it's that group that will determine how the money is spent. But certainly there is a training element of it, but I wouldn't want to prescribe what it is that group prioritises. But I'll make sure I flag that up as an issue to remind them that has been raised.
Right, and I did say there were two brief ones. The other one, I noticed under financial, 9.22 in particular, there are concerns expressed about the impact of emerging welfare reforms. How serious a problem do you think we'll be facing there in Torfaen?
I don't know the numbers, but I can try and find that out and get back to you. But obviously, like any change to welfare benefits, it will have a significant impact on those families as that change emerges. But I'll see if I can find some detailed information.
Thank you, Mary. Stuart?
Thank you very much for your presentation, Sue. It's the second time in a week I've seen you. The last time I saw Sue, she was given a very good presentation at the Torfaen Voluntary Alliance Information Day, which, if anybody had gone to it other than me, Steve Brooks, would have been a very useful information day. And Sue, I think, was fulfilling the other part of her remit, which was informing voluntary organisations and people they were in on what they could get. And I think that was a good example of this council working in partnership with the voluntary sector, which then leads me on to a few questions you've got in your report. That's a plug. Now there's the questions. Number one was, I see you've got the carers team we embedded into Social Services Department. My only question about that one is, when the carers team was being used, you had an identity that they were at least somewhere there for the carers. With the pressure on social workers, I noticed you got the idea of a named person. The problem I would suspect there might be is if there is pressure, how are we going to resolve the conflict between the demands of the social work department and the carer support thing? I can just see that is going to be a natural conflict. That's something that does worry me. That's one question. The other question is the carer centre, and I noticed the tensions in there on funding the carer centre. Is something we've noted. Obviously, what it does, the role it has, and part of your work on the information day about funding. I mean, the thing was, there was a very good worker in there, and they had problems maintaining their business planning. I think a lot of carers would benefit where you probably left off with the general aspect, but having a worker driving that centre with the management seemed to be a role which was very fitted. The other comment I would like to make is there are, as you've said before, there are a lot of other organisations around the place providing carer support, and probably what it needs is some sort of carer forum within the voluntary and statutory sector to actually bring people together, because there are a lot of people out there providing services and some of them don't realise they are carer support setups. My other question was, and you've highlighted it here, is the role between social services and health authority, and there's a little bit of we're losing money, they're losing money. How are you working together to get this provision across both of us? Obviously, you've got provisions for young carers, they've got provisions for other things. Now, I am aware, for instance, going back to one of my favourite subjects, so I do bring up from now and then, about people with autism, Asperger's and ASD, that they're losing a worker at the moment. What have you put in place, for instance, for that support worker, which has been there for a couple of years, to mitigate that? So there's a lot of it, but I'll pick that up.
I shall do my best to answer each of those questions. Okay, the carers team being embedded, that was a deliberate policy because we found there was a potential duplication of effort, and in a worst case scenario, some misinformation or misunderstanding of what a separate carers assessment meant. It wasn't very good for the service user or for the carer, and certainly not efficient in terms of using our resources. In most cases, the cared for person and the carer are in alliance. So having the same social worker or care manager is positive for both. But, however, there are, family tensions and family conflicts, and we're aware of that. And what we will always do is we will make sure there is a separate support worker, social worker for the carer in those instances. We're never going to force the same social worker to try and be the arbitrator between different needs. And as I've reflected in my report under 9.1, carers, once the Social Services and Wellbeing Bill is published, if it is enacted, and we expect it to be, will have the same statutory rights as service users. So we will have to treat them equally and the same. The same eligibility issues will apply, and the fact that we've now made the decision to only provide statutory support for people with substantial or critical needs would apply to carers as well. And until Welsh Government publish additional or alternative eligibility criteria, which may happen after the bill is published, we as a council can make that policy decision. And that's how we manage that tension. In terms of the Carer Centre, I've mentioned in there what we're trying to do is seek alternative funding sources through the community grant for a business manager to do exactly that, to try and get them to be more sustainable, to seek longer term funding, alternative ways of making themselves more sustainable. And we're doing that with all voluntary organisations. The other one, joint provision across health and social care. Attached to the report is the annual report back from all of the organisations on how we are complying with the new carers measure. And that is being led through a Gwent-wide steering group. So we are joined up at a policy level. So in terms of our future service direction and decisions, that will be more joined up than it has been in the past. But obviously, we're not starting with a blank sheet of paper. We've all come from different investment decisions over many years in different authorities and the NHS. So we're trying to do that mapping exercise about what is out there. Is there a better way of rationalising some of that to offset some of the back office costs, make it cheaper? And it does rely on the voluntary sector, as I said at that forum last week, also being much more transparent, have an open book, be able to share resources, and become more strategic in their approach to avoid duplication that none of us can afford.
Thank you, Nige.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. People often become carers due to sudden serious illness of their next of kin. I'd like to know what coordination there is between hospitals and social services departments.
Okay.
For carers.
The thing I mentioned earlier about the GPs, that's been evidenced from UK practice that very often somebody is very ill, the GPs and the health service will know, but social services doesn't know. It's only if they require some kind of support. And more our planning and service direction is joint with health colleagues, and the frailty service in the Gwent area is a really good example of that, and we'll be moving other services in that integrated way. And I mentioned to you the intermediate care proposal, and some of which will have a carers element. The one in particular that is a classic example of what you've just described is there will be a bid being developed for people to be supported following a stroke. And built within that would be that liaison between hospital-based clinicians and community health and social care services. So it's trying to do a bit more of that joined up thinking, joined up service delivery, but with a particular focus on this case on people who have suffered a stroke, which obviously has a massive personal impact on the individual, and then a massive impact on the family for everybody as a result of that. So that's a real good example of something severe like a stroke, where somebody does need that additional support, and for the carer, who sometimes previously would have often been neglected, the thinking is much broader now and includes the carer.
Councillor Clark. Stuart, have you lined up there? Stuart, then Jess.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is in relation to the Flex consultation system, which you've put in place recently in 2013. Very good consultation system. Are you planning, you said this was a pilot, have you made plans since that time to extend this to other schools in the borough, and not only Abercycon and the likes, but to primary schools possibly as well?
Sorry, I think it's a misinterpretation. The Flex consultation system has been in place for a while in schools. The pilot was about using it to test a questionnaire for young carers. We hadn't used that approach before. What I haven't seen yet is we've given you here is the key findings summary. What we haven't considered yet is a full report into SMT, my senior management team, to consider the full impact of that survey, and then we'll have that conversation with schools, with our education colleagues, to think about can we roll that out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sue.
Behave, Barry. Jessica.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Really pleased with the report. I just want to say there's quite a mention here about more awareness building, getting information out there, and it was brought up in the Flex consultation as well. Because I find, in ward work, that a lot of people feel, they're not on carers allowance, so they're not entitled to support. And particularly with, less visible illnesses, mental health, etc. I was just wondering if you could give us a bit of an outline what you're planning to do to increase awareness. Thanks.
Thank you. I mentioned the Information Day. One element of that is particularly focusing on people with mental health problems. So that's one way of trying to address that. It's one of those areas, I think, and I think I mentioned it last year, a lot of people who provide significant amounts of care do not call themselves carers. They see it as a natural extension of family life. So very often they won't even think of themselves as a carer, so they certainly wouldn't come anywhere to ask for help. So one of the key things about trying to get GPs involved in that, because they are there giving medication, clinical advice, assessment, etc. to the person who is likely to be cared for, that's having a completely new way of trying to identify carers. Now, the counter to that is, if suddenly we're overwhelmed with, thousands of carers knocking on our door, we could end up potentially disappointing people. And that's where we've had to make sure that for low and moderate needs, we're doing what we can with the third sector to try and signpost people to other organisations, because the social care department would just be completely overwhelmed. We have to keep our statutory resources for those people with higher risk needs. So we will never do enough in terms of getting out there, awareness raising, information sharing. We'll do what we can. I mentioned the booklet. It's one of the most frequently requested documents. So anything you can do as members to let them know we are here to help, but we have to focus on those people with the highest needs of risk.
Thank you. Richard.
I'd like to thank Sue for her comprehensive report, and there's not much I can add to the words she's already said. I'd like to thank members for their questions. It is an item that we requested. We amended a previous report that we have this annual report to Council, and I think it's appropriate that members are aware of what we're doing as a service and what we're doing for the public of Torfaen. Sue's offered to take that into a seminar process for members whereby we can do that by case study. I think that would be interesting for members, though as we're looking at hidden carers, I think many of us in the room have been those hidden carers. Certainly since January of this year, I've been a secondary and a primary carer for somebody, something I didn't envisage in January, but something, as in Nigel's case, has just happened by circumstances. And you realise that the actual work that you do actually saves this authority and other organisations a lot of money. So the true cost of caring, has already been said today, can never be quantified. I didn't say anything in the budget debate earlier. I do have to thank my Cabinet colleagues and those responsible for the budget for allowing social care to have a non-reduction in terms of 4%, etc. But the reality of standing still has meant mitigating costs for them, some of which you've seen in the report today. So please realise that we are doing the best that we can with the budget that we've got. A part of the role has already been discussed is signposting. We cannot help every single carer, known or unknown to us, in this borough. But there is plenty of organisations out there who can help and support those people. And as Jessica and other people mentioned in their questions, and Sue in her report, information is powerful. I commend Torfaen Library Services for a careers, you've got me at it, Mr. Mayor, carers event that they had in the library, and they propose to do future ones. And the benefit of that, not only we get an invite and we can go along, but it's nabbing those hidden carers who are just picking up a library book and see the stands of all the organisations from SAFA to our own social care team being there, pick up and think, my goodness, I didn't know they were there, I didn't know they could help us. So I commend the library service and our staff for supporting that. As I said, I didn't have much to add to Sue's comments, but I seem to rattled on a little bit there. So I commend her for the report. I look forward to future ones, and I look forward to the seminar.
Thank you, Rich. Right, members, the recommendations are on 211 of the agenda. Can I have a show of hands, please? Yep. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. We get a lot of consultation on planning matters, and a lot of it just we deal with through the executive member and by other means. I felt it was important that Council had its say on this, because this amounts to probably the biggest change in the planning system in Wales since the 1970s, and it will change the planning system in Wales considerably in terms of the rest of Britain. So it's quite important in terms of what it's saying. We held a seminar on this on the 10th of February. We also sent out a copy of the response to Welsh Government, which had to be in by the 26th of February, to members on the 18th for any comments. Thanks to Councillor Karen for his comments on it. We didn't get any other comments through that process. So we've submitted, but there's an opportunity today, if there's anything to add to that, to add and also to endorse the comments. I think it's important that Council endorse the comments that we've made. As I say, it's the biggest change since the 1970s. And I've picked out the main changes there in my report, starting at 6.2. And attached to the report, the appendix, is the questionnaire that's been sent to Welsh Government. So I'll just run through what I see are the major changes. I'll do the major changes, and there's some other changes that members will probably be interested in, because they do affect people who put in planning applications on a daily basis. They're probably things that come to you on a daily basis, so it's of interest to know a change is going to take place. In terms of culture, they're looking to introduce a similar system to in England. It's the Planning Information and Advisory Service. In England, that's a free service and it's independent of government. We're concerned that Welsh Government are proposing that it be an arm of Welsh Government, and it's uncertain at this moment where the funding for that will come from. They're also looking at competency in the planning process. Now, certainly, officers have to be qualified to a certain level to do certain things. They're not clear on what they're saying here, and whether it's saying that members should have a higher level of competence, i.e. more training. I don't know at this stage, but it's a point they make continually through the dialogue, and it's a point of concern that really they're not telling us what they want to be done. Perhaps the two most important things that come out of this are under 6.3. What's being proposed is a national development framework that will replace the Wales Spatial Plan. It will become part of the development plan, and as planners harp on to you about that all the time. The development plan is the base. You go to that first. If a proposal's in line with that, you approve it. You've got to have good material reasons not to approve. At the moment, the development plan is the LDP. This will be another plan on top of the LDP, and I'll come to another one that's being proposed in a moment. So it changes that nexus in which you make a decision, and that's pretty crucial. That decision on the National Development Framework will be made by the Minister, and the only scrutiny of that proposed at the moment is from the Assembly itself, Assembly members. That's very unusual. Normally in planning terms, as you all know, there is an independent view or voice that comes in at some stage. We had the inquiry into the examination of the local plan, which is an independent report prepared. This is proposing no independence in terms of the National Development Framework. That's a matter of concern to me, because having an independent view on a planning matter is always useful. Ministers can ignore that independent view in the end, but having that independent view is very important, and its removal, to me, is not good. The other thing that's being proposed is that developments of national significance, that's very large developments, and at the moment the definitions aren't there, so I can't really tell you what that would mean for us here in Torfaen, will be determined by Welsh Government. Now, we do need some definition in there of that before a proper comment is made. Also, if they determine that there's a lack of clarity in terms of any fee applicable to that as to where that would go, Welsh Government or to the local authority. Local authority would still be expected to do a lot of the spade work in terms of running those applications. In terms of collaboration, they're proposing, now this is the second level of plan, strategic development plans. At the moment, they're only looking at Cardiff area, Swansea, and the A55 corridor. They're the three proposed areas for strategic plans. They would be plans that would lie above local authorities, as they stand at the moment, certainly, and probably above local authorities as they would be if Williams took its effect. They would be regional plans, therefore, and they're in areas, as you'll see, of growth. So they're in areas where a lot's going on. And it's introducing another development plan that would sit above the LDP, and which would have an influence on that local area. So decisions, for example, about housing numbers could be taken at strategic level. So that's a matter of concern to me, because it's proposed that the bodies that run those are 2/3 councillors and 1/3 nominees. So we're saying in here that really taking a level of democracy out of the process at that level is not a good idea. They're looking to improve local delivery. They're looking for a standardised annual performance table for local authorities. They're looking to redefine the LDP system. That's a bit rich, given we've just been through the process. Promote collaboration between local authorities and town and community councils, and to make the development control process, as I know, the development management process more effective by front-loading, making it a legal necessity to undertake pre-application work with developers. Not all authorities do that. We currently do that free of charge. We're looking to bring a charge in that was part of the budget proposals that Nigel referred to earlier, but we're not proposing to take that away. It will be free for ratepayers, so if you're building a house extension you still get free advice, but for others we would charge. We're concerned about this because part of the proposal is that if an authority doesn't perform, if it's bottom of the table, then it could, developers for certain types of application could decide that the Welsh Government decide that application rather than the local authority. So that's a major change to the way things are going on at the moment. I'm very concerned that it's a tick box. The test of how good a local authority is not based on any form of quality assessment. It's based on basically a tick box, and I think what it will mean for local authorities, they'll concentrate on getting applications through, regardless of the customer. You'll be refusing applications because people, if you wait for the amended plan from that person, for example, you'll lose a mark. Now that's bad in terms of quality and what have you. And I don't think Welsh Government have quite got the message that a lot of applications are brought together by a substantial amount of negotiation with the developer and with the local community. They're looking in strategic development areas to make LDPs light touch, i.e. you don't have to do a lot of work to get them into place. And we think that just misreads the whole situation. Areas of growth, the LDP will be absolutely important in putting the red light around areas that are going to be developed. And to say that can be done in a light touch way just devalues the whole process and devalues what I would say the democratic process of deciding how a community uses its land. They are proposing that fees are reviewed with a view that they haven't done so since 2009, so that could be helpful from a budget standpoint if that happens. And there's a number of things here I'm going to run through very quickly because I think members will be interested and may not have picked them up from a lot of the talk that we've had on this. They're looking potentially for the right to appear in front of an inspector for an applicant to be removed. At the moment, if you decide you want to go in front of an inspector, you can. They're looking to take that right away. They're looking for written representations, costs to be attached to written representations. At the moment, there's no cost to either side. So that's quite important for people in the planning in the system, and mainly for people, householders in fact. And they're looking for the appeal procedure to be decided by PINS. That's the Planning Inspectorate. So whether you have a written rep, a hearing, or a public inquiry at the moment is a matter of choice to the appellant. That becomes something that's decided by PINS. In terms of planning applications, pre-application services, a legal requirement, I've already mentioned that. Remove the need for design and access statements on all applications. That's damn good news for a lot of people who are just putting in for a simple house extension that they've got to do a major amount of work, which is very costly, so I think that's good. Remove the requirement to publish notices in newspapers. We had some criticism just recently on a planning application where we hadn't advertised. It costs a lot of money to advertise, and to remove that, it's already removed in Scotland. I think it's a good thing. In terms of planning committee, size of planning committee, minimum 11, maximum 21, they're talking about. We sit in the middle of that, so we're about right. In terms of scheme of delegation, they're looking for a national scheme of delegation that applies throughout the whole of Wales. I think that would give me problems, actually, because at the moment our scheme of delegation, for example, a member can move an application to committee at the moment, to planning committee at the moment if they feel it needs an airing in public. This, I think, would remove those sorts of things, those little quirks that work well in local authorities, and remove that level of democracy, I think, that's required in the planning process. In terms of enforcement, proposals are good in there. They're looking to speed up what is sometimes a very elongated process. And interestingly, they're looking at temporary stop notices, which they haven't talked to us about compensation as being an issue in that. We need to know about that. But that could be very good news if we can do that without compensation. We can stop developments at start without going through proper procedures. If I was asked to sum it up, I think it's making planning more technical and less democratic. It's taking people out of that process, and you'll know from the process of determining the LDP and those people who are involved in planning committee that it is a democratic process and people want to get involved. So any removal of that, I think, is a bad thing. It's target-driven rather than output-driven. It doesn't look at quality, it looks at targets, and I think that's bad. And in terms of any financial consequences, really, it's not very loud, very quiet indeed, and that's a matter of concern to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Duncan. Members, I got Goniver on the left. So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, we had a seminar recently on the proposed changes, and I have to say there were more questions than there were answers, and that wasn't the fault of the Chief Planning Officer. I think members are going to be having to grapple with this for some considerable time. It's a massive proposed change, and one that I have real concerns about in many respects, and so do a lot of members that we at the seminar at that time. So it's a difficult one. I support the recommendations, but I think the future doesn't look good for us with some of these proposed changes. I have to say that.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, having looked at this, my immediate impulse was, have the Welsh Assembly, have the people of the Welsh Assembly, have the AMs read the Williams report? Because the first thing that came out of the Williams report to me was that politics in Wales, democracy in Wales, it's overcomplicated. There's too many organisations, there's too many things, too many people with too many fingers in too many pies. And now they want to set up a system of planning
is, in my opinion, and this is my question to Duncan, is it his opinion as well, considerably more complex than the original. I mean, there's going to be an NDF, an SDP, an LDP, all with development plan status. I don't think that people are going to understand this. It's making it more obscure. It's making it more hierarchical. It's removing democracy, as you've already said. But my view is, just looking at the basics of it, this makes planning more complex. Do you agree, Duncan?
It certainly makes it more complex. I mean, you won't be able to imagine if you do the housing figures that we dealt with. I know lots of members were unhappy with those housing figures, but they emanated from here. You decided those figures. In this system, you could get a situation where the NDF national framework makes a decision, the strategic framework makes a decision, which then becomes a fait accompli for a local community, if you see what I mean. Now, you imagine people trying to get involved in the national framework, involved in the strategic framework, and then the LDP. That's a lot for people to get involved in. And what worries me is that then they say, if that all happens, then the LDP becomes light touch. You know, it becomes, oh, well, throwaway, really. Well, you know, it really defies the logic. So, yeah, it's more complicated, certainly more complicated. Yeah.
Thank you. Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Duncan. When you're concerned, I think we should all be concerned because, I mean, you know your job so well. What about your counterparts in other authorities? Do they have the same concerns as you? So if it's throughout Wales, I mean, as boroughs, I mean, as chief planning officers, could you not meet the Welsh Assembly and put your views as all the county boroughs in Wales, if they've all had the same concerns as you have?
We have done that, and we are coordinating with my fellow chief officers, plus WLGA and the like. So the comments that we've got that I've got in here reflect a sort of a groundswell across those involved in the process, a groundswell of concern, I would say. Yeah.
Stuart, and then Jeff.
I read this, and I didn't go to your seminar because I was somewhere else at the time, but I did read this and took it down to the Community Council as well because we had a look at it down there. But what alarmed me about this, and I go back a long time as an environmental campaigner, is you can see the battles we've had over things like South Sebastopol and even small things like, you know, developments in certain locations that I've been involved with. And you can see, developers come in and they look at this and they look at that. And we've got these moans about, they're not going to go to challenge anything because it might cost them a lot. Now, I wonder whether there's judicial review written into this system, whether any protest organisations, which we've had a long experience of around here, whether they can get traction on this one at all, because that might be one of the reasons why this sort of thing is brought in. But all the elements of this reek of disaster, because at least they could protest about the thing, they could bring it to challenge, and you think of all the famous things over the country, like Winchester Bypass and stuff like that, and you've got, and we're countering Welsh law, things like sustainability, biodiversity, the whole lot of it. Can we just drive a road through lots of stuff like that? That worries me. And if you, as somebody back here said, if you're worried, we ought to be worried.
My worry is because I think roads have to be built, I think things have to be built, so I'm often on the other side of the fence, perhaps, to the campaigners. But having been involved in planning for a good number of years, it is a democratic process, and it has to be a democratic process. If you undermine that in any way at all, then to me that's wrong. And I think this does undermine that in two big respects. Strategic development plans should be all elected members making a decision on that. And there should be some external scrutiny, independent scrutiny, I believe, of the Assembly in terms of a national development framework. There should be something there that is a test of what is being approved. So, yeah, I would agree with you from the other side of the fence.
Jeff, Stewart, and then Barry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for some clarity, this is a bill being introduced by the Labour government in Cardiff. I can assure colleagues that the Plaid Cymru Assembly members will scrutinise the bill thoroughly and make sure, wherever possible, that it delivers for the people of Wales first. Thank you.
Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, Duncan, is in relation to the planning committee itself, where you say there will be 2/3 councillors and the other makeup is of independent members. We're in the middle, as you pointed out, at the moment. But when the other independent members are on the committee, who will decide that comes on the committee? And where will it be decided?
No, the planning committee would remain all elected members. This is the strategic development plans. Decision-making process on those would be 2/3 elected members, and they could come from different authorities. So if you imagine, if you've got a strategic plan for the Cardiff area, we would imagine we would fall within that. Athwood, the Vale, Athwood Bridgend. So you'd have a plan that goes across. 2/3 would be drawn from those local authorities, but a third would be nominated people who would not have been elected. And well, that's what I'm saying in terms of that. I don't think that's a particularly good idea.
Thank you for that clarity, Duncan.
Thank you. Barry?
Duncan, can I ask, are these reforms already in England and, being pushed down into Wales now?
No, there are some, but this is largely emanates from Welsh Government. This is largely a Welsh exercise. And as I said at the beginning, this will change the British planning system. Traditionally, England and Wales has been very close together in terms of its systems. This will be a step change in the Welsh system from the English system.
Thank you, Duncan. Right, members, recommendations are on page 239. Go on, Councillor Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, Duncan. I wanted to ask how it works currently at the moment in terms of grand infrastructure projects. One of the councillors mentioned earlier the Winchester bypass, but if we had something like the M4 being built now, or a rail network infrastructure which was impacting across numerous boroughs, I can see there being some merit in having an advisory panel to give guidance on a major infrastructure throughout a region of Wales. However, as you've alluded to in this report, and I wholeheartedly endorse the comments you've made there, it seems to me that there'd be an awful lot of quangos set up that would further complicate the process, introduce different layers of hierarchy. There isn't the transparency there, and the people on these panels are not elected. We as elected members, we are here to represent the best interests of our members in our ward. We all do that, and we all have the opportunity to speak up in council to put our views forward on what happens on a local level. The Sebastopol debate was an example of the democracy at work, arguments for and against, but it was determined at a local level, and I would be very much against those kind of decisions being taken at a higher level and removed from our hands.
I think you started off by saying that national infrastructure projects could be taken out and dealt with at a higher level. I wouldn't disagree with that, and I would say where something goes across a lot of authorities or affects a large numbers of people in an area, airport, for example, that taking that out and deciding at national level is perhaps the best way to do that. What I'm saying is we need a definition of what Welsh Government are going to do and what the local authorities do, and it needs to be very exact so that we can comment in exactness on that. Yes, we agree that should be decided there, that should be decided there. Until we've got a picture of what it means, then it's very difficult to comment. I think the principle, though, of taking those big decisions at a national level is a good idea, though.
Right. David Daniels.
All right. Might be a stupid question, but how do these changes interact with our green infrastructure strategy, if at all?
Our green infrastructure strategy?
Got one coming out soon, I understand. Do we not?
Well, if we've got a strategy, that would be something that would be material. We take that into account. In terms of this, what's being proposed here, it doesn't affect that at all. I mean, that's something the Council can do. It can have an infrastructure policy. It can adopt that.
I only asked with regards to the implementation. If the big planning development's been taken out of our hands, I just wondered how that impacted on our commitment to that green infrastructure strategy.
Well, I think you have to watch the ball here, because if there's going to be large allocations, as I say, if you go back to the 70s, the big change was that the county councils made the strategic decisions, the local authorities put those into effect, so to speak. And a lot of people, what happened was, a lot of people missed the structure plan bit, and then were faced with a decision, right, this authority has to have so many houses and it's got to go there. So really what I'm saying is that that making that first decision, the principal decision, is the point where people really ought to be involved and are not necessarily involved at the moment. In terms of the local authority itself, carrying on and producing its own policies and plans, it would have to be mindful of what's happening at strategic level, wouldn't it? It would have to look over its shoulder and say, well, no, that's part of our green infrastructure strategic development planners. We don't want development there.
Any more now? No? So can we move into the recommendations? They're on page 239. Can I have a show of hands, please? Right out. Against? Abstaining? 2. Fine. Right, members, it's time for a break. No, but it's up to you. What I'm saying is, we agreed before that people need to have a break to have something to eat because they're diabetics or whatever it is. Are you happy to carry on, or do you want a break? Carry on, there ain't much left now. All right? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I wonder if I could just say something.
Yep.
I wonder if I could leave for 5 minutes and go and get Giles' birthday cake for him. Well, it is his birthday.
We'll get a cake then. We'll get it. We'll eat it. Right, let's move on then. Agenda item 15, IRP annual report. Richard Edmonds, Head of Strategic and Domestic Services. Can you present your report, please?
Could I just clarify, Mr. Mayor, it's democratic services rather than domestic. At least this week. Good afternoon, members. Some good news. I intend to be very brief. The item I'm going to talk you through relates to the Independent Remuneration Panel's 2014-15 annual report. The report sets out what the panel have determined to be the salary levels that will be paid to members across Wales during the next financial year, as well as a range of other determinations. These are powers that now reside with the panel. For the most part, then, members are asked simply to note the panel's determinations. They have, however, provided councils with a choice in relation to the level of salary paid to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, hence recommendations 2 and 3 of the report. It's worth noting that none of the existing salaries paid to the Mayor or Deputy Mayor match those that have been offered by the IRP, and hence you're required to make a choice. I think I'll leave it there, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to take any questions that members may have, but I would stress this is the IRP's report that I'm presenting on their behalf.
Thank you very much, Richard. Members?
Mr Mayor.
Leader.
I'd move the Council agrees recommendation 1, 2B, 3B and 4. I would also like to inform the Council that Labour members wish to forego the proposed salary uplift contained within the report, thereby continuing at the current level of remuneration. This will be communicated in writing to the Monitoring Officer as referenced in paragraph 8.1 of the report.
Thank you, Leader.
Needs to be seconded.
Need second that? Yeah. We move on. So, should we go straight to the recommendation on 266?
Sorry, just to clarify, did the leader say B?
One, 2B, 3B and 4.
Right. I'd like to put an amendment for it to be, to take away 2B and 3B and for it to be 2C and 3C.
Have we got a second on that, Jeff?
Seconded.
Yeah. What do you want to do with that now? Do you want to debate or do you want to take it to the vote? Yeah, take it to the vote then.
So you vote on the amendment first.
Amendment first.
Who's for the amendment?
Who's for the amendment?
5. Who's against?
Okay, who's against?
Overwhelming.
Yeah.
Anyone abstaining?
All right, Jeff. Anybody abstaining? No. Go no further with that, Jeff?
The amendment's lost.
Right, that's right. Motion's lost. Amendment's lost. Thank you. We go back to the leader's motion now.
So, for the motion.
For the motion. Okay. That's it there.
Against?
Against? Same again.
Abstaining?
Abstaining? No. Right. Okay.
Fine.
Thank you.
So, the motion put by the leader is agreed.
Right.
That's fine.
That's fine. Yep, that's it then. That's right. We still go back to this, don't we?
No.
No.
The motion's agreed.
Right. Agenda item 16, outside bodies update. Richard Gwinnell, lead officer for council and member support. Can you present your report, please, Rich?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll go for the record on being brief at this meeting. It's just a very quick update. As members know, annual council decisions are made about who to nominate to outside bodies. In year, decisions can be made by Chief Executive and the leader. There's 4 updates. Those decisions are subsequently reported to council. There's 4 updates in paragraph 3.4. Torvine Opportunities Group, Councillor Colette Thomas has resigned. It's changed its status, so whoever gets appointed will be a charity trustee and director. Pontypool and Blenavon Railway Liaison Committee hasn't met for several years, so that can come off the list. Site Support has changed its status. Members are now charity trustees, and their constitution doesn't require local authority reps anymore, so again that can come off the list. And the Welsh Joint Education Committee doesn't have 1 rep per council, but has regional representatives now who are nominated by the WRGA. Again, that can come off the list. And the report is for council's information.
Everyone happy with that? Remove it? Yeah. Right there, Rich.
Yeah.
Agenda item 17, motions.
I'll try and keep this brief.
Councillor Daniels.
Yeah, basically this motion is it's supporting our celebration of International Women's Day, which falls on Saturday the 8th this week. It's basically a celebration and sort of commemoration of women's achievements in all aspects of life, and basically a further promotion of gender equality, which we're some way off achieving. It's not going to achieve a great deal, but I think it's important that we mark this sort of day where possible. So I'll just explain, I just got to elaborate on one of the points. There's been a few concerns about the price of, the cost of having a frame made up for the chamber hallway. I've done a bit of digging, and apparently we've got some frames stored away, unused, so the cost of the frame would be free, presumably. And that would just leave a photograph and printed by OG, which I'm more than happy to pay for, which should be pennies, really. So I'll move it now. It's basically that this council commemorates International Women's Day, which takes place on the 8th of March each year and celebrates women's economic, political and social achievements throughout history and promotes greater gender equality in every aspect of life. This council notes a huge contribution to the life of this council and our communities made by past and present women, councillors and officers, including pioneers such as Councillor Fanny Carver, who was first elected to represent Cwmran Urban District Council in 1935. That this council also resolves to install a framed picture and biography in the corridor to the chamber to commemorate the area's first female councillor. Once we've verified it, I've tried to verify it through Gwent Archives, and they're convinced it's Fanny Carver, but I think it's good to have that wider conversation, so if anybody has any more information, it would be quite fitting to the motion if we talk about who we think it might be. That this council invites EHRC, that's Equality and Human Rights Organisation Wales, and any interested local women's rights charities or organisations to prevent a webcasted seminar on gender equality, and that any interested members may contribute suggested additional content. I added that on just in case anyone had any specific topics that they'd like covered on the day, which I think is wholly appropriate. And that this council promotes that session amongst the community and in schools to benefit the residents of Torvine. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Richard?
Can I second that motion and slightly disagree with David? He's going to achieve a great deal, because it's as soon as we stop taking things like this on the agenda that we take it for granted. So however small you think this is, it keeps it on the agenda until such a time that we do have true parity. That said, this council does have a good reputation. There is a fight going on between us and Neath Patel, but as to the exact minute who signed the single status agreement, I think Neath Patel would have just got it by a whisker, but we still fight that one anyway. That brought in for all workers, but as most of our employees were poorly paid women, it did bring them up to parity with other services. Sadly, some authorities in Wales and the wider UK haven't even come to terms with that, even though the agreement was 1997. I wholeheartedly support everything that you've put in there. I know Vincent is already tracking down people to come and speak to us. Members will have had an email this morning from Branhaven relating to the Go Girls initiative that's being put forward to a UK housing award. That's where 15 teenagers have come together to promote positive role models for women and looking at the gender balance. And I believe it would be a good idea if we could invite them in. We can do that. We don't have to amend your motion for that, but I think that fully supports what you're saying. It might also be an idea to involve those 15 girls and the Youth Forum in your, your second point about Councillor Carver, and perhaps extending the biography to a project where we have a list of female role models. We've got some in the room, we've got members who've recently passed away and others. So fully supporting this, and I'm happy to work with you, and Equalities are happy to work with you to expand that further.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Oh my God. Stewart, then Jessica.
Okay, I can speak. Yeah, I just want to say, obviously, I fully support David's motion. I just wanted to comment that as a historian, it's quite surprising when we were looking into who was the first councillor, how little work has been done on local government as part of the history of women's suffrage, in particular thinking that women had the vote at municipal level from the 1860s in a lot of cases. And I just want to say that it might seem silly to look back when we have so many great role models of today, but actually it's a really important part of people's self-identity to be able to look back and have that history and think, that not only can we see where we've come from, but we can look where we're going. And again, I'd just like to fully support David in this.
Thank you. You'll have to wait to Fiona. You can come in after Fiona.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. The Plaid Cymru Group would like to see this council support measures that would really help impact women in our communities, in addition to what you're saying there. And I'm not making an amendment, I'm just adding, which will hopefully enrich the discussion today. Ensuring equal representation of women on the boards of public bodies. Improving the careers advice offered to young women in education, including specific investment in career shadowing opportunities for young women to expand their expectations about their roles. Supporting networking and educational programs for women in business and management, both in the public sector and private, to develop women's abilities, knowledge and support mechanisms. And the most important to me is challenging the barriers to women in work which create opportunities for women, including job sharing, flexi hours and childcare, which I know this council does try to support. I fully support David's motion, and it's great that we have something being brought to us to council such as this.
Thank you. Stewart and Claire.
I'd like to fully support this because I think it's a wonderful motion. I'd also like to say, as the father of two daughters, that their opportunity, hopefully, is going to be a lot better than when my mother went on an urban district council in 1960s, because Fanny Carver was 1935. My mother was there, 30 years later, and there were not many women on council, and they had to be fairly indomitable. I mean, some of the past members that we've had on this council, you had to be quite tough to get onto a council in those days. I remember my mother was one of my principal role models, and I'm sure people who had mothers like this would probably, it was not easy. And I hope that these days it's a lot easier and you don't have to fulfill this role of bashing your head through the glass ceiling. I've heard some female colleagues have got on in life in various roles, that this whole, and you just demonstrate, for men we don't think about it, but women certainly do have to think about bashing their head through the glass ceiling. I commend this motion, and any way in which we can improve the lot of women and make it meaningful, because I'm alarmed considering that the so-called revolution started in the 60s, it's still bad in places. Thank you.
Thank you, Stu. Colette.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just looking around the chamber, and I think I can claim to be the longest-serving woman member of Torfaen County Borough Council at this moment. I'd like to thank David for bringing this motion. I'd just like to add a few additions, really. Councillor Fanny Carver was also a member of Monmouthshire County Council, and she was instrumental in the building of the clock in Old Cwmbran, the commemoration clock. During my time on the council, I would like to just pay tribute to some of the Cwmbran members that I have worked with. Some members will remember Councillor Millie Dean, a very formidable character. Some members will remember Councillor Millie Dean, a very formidable character in Old Cwmbran. Councillor Phyllis Roberts from Blaenavon, Councillor Margaret Howell, Councillor Zoe Scott from Llantarnam, Councillor Barbara Ryan, County Councillor Barbara Ryan, County Councillor Nisa Lloyd, who was also chair of the County Council Education Committee, and obviously the late Councillor Sarah Richards and Cynthia Bainan. Also Lynn Howells, Lynn Howells from Blaenavon, and Councillor Cynthia Howells from Penygal. But I think we, all the women members, owe a real debt of gratitude to Councillor Marlene Thomas, because I think she, more than any other woman, has driven the equality issue forward for women in this valley. So thank you, David, for bringing your motion, but there is still a lot of work to do, but I think we have made big improvements.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just something really, I fully support the motion, think it's wonderful. Just something I heard on the radio, though, on the way into work this morning, that said that the number of females getting the top jobs in Wales has declined over the last 10 years. So maybe we could sort of incorporate that into the seminar to sort of try and discover why that's happening, because I think it is, I think it is important. I don't know if you mentioned Councillor Margaret Peed. She was, thank you.
Sorry, I did.
And have vivid memories of Councillor Millie Dean on the school bus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's already been mentioned, Councillor Margaret Peed, who served on both the Gwent County Council and many years on Torfaen as well.
Sorry, my mistake on that. I should have mentioned Councillor.
No problem. Right, we got a second to it, so are we going to show our hands? Yep. Okay, that's everybody. Thank you. 18, haven't we?
19. Sorry,
18, isn't it?
Questions.
General 18, members' question time. Councillor Mary Barnett.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is to the Deputy Leader. As you're aware, March the 6th is World Book Day. Would you join with me in congratulating staff for Bookstart Wales on their dedicated and innovative efforts in providing bilingual reading materials and storytelling experiences for the very young during these challenging socio-economic times?
Yes, Mary, I'm delighted to congratulate the Bookstart project. It's been a long-standing project in Torfaen and beyond Torfaen, and it gives children the very best start in life as regards books. You know, something they can value for their entire life. But it's a project that has been hugely successful in Torfaen, and I congratulate everyone involved in it. Thank you.
Do you want a supplementary? No. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Will the Leader outline who was responsible for editing and publishing the content of the brochure, Pontypool Renewal Area November 2013 edition?
Thank you, Councillor Haynes, for the question. The brochure was developed and published by the Housing Services team. As part of its drafting, the content was considered and advice was provided by the Council Communications team before being published. Also, the Council is required to produce appropriate literature and communication when ending a formally declared neighbourhood renewal area. This is to ensure the community is advised appropriately. These links also ensure the Council is delivering the neighbourhood renewal programmes effectively, and then can access the future valuable funding from the Welsh Assembly Government.
Can I thank you? Yeah, not a supplementary. Thank you for that. And could I have it via email, the answer, please? Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. With 10 new events being introduced as part of the Winter Olympics Games 2014, will the Deputy Leader make a statement in regard to what future developments are to be made to Pontypool Ski and Snowboarding Centre in order to encourage young people to take up the sport of skiing and snowboarding?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kemp. I am a member of Torfaen Leisure Trust, who is responsible for the ski slope, but having spoken to the Chief Legal Officer, she has advised me on this. The ski centre is managed by Torfaen Leisure Trust, of which I am a council-appointed trustee. The ski centre has already provides skiing and snowboarding, and to coincide with the recent Winter Olympics, is running a special offer of the Olympic Unlimited Pass for adults and juniors at a special rate, which gives customers unlimited recreational use of the slope until the 31st of March 2014. In terms of future investment, the slope caters for the activities that can be delivered on a dry ski slope. Any future investment to improve these facilities would have to be considered by the Trust against other priorities, and a business case would have to be carried out in relation to the return on investment for any such proposals, and at present, no immediate improvements are planned.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yes, Mayor. If I could have that in writing, I would very much appreciate that as well, Deputy Leader. My supplementary question is, with the Winter Paralympics 2014 shortly to be held, and with the knowledge that there is no specialised disabled or Paralympic ski or snowboarding equipment available to use at the Pontypool's Ski and Snowboarding Centre, how is the Council going to encourage and give the opportunity for all young people to take up the sport of skiing and snowboarding?
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. In my opening remarks, I did say that I was a member of the Leisure Trust. Earlier on today, we had the privilege of being addressed by the Chair of the Ethics and Standards Committee, who mentioned the good news that complaints against Torfaen members had dropped dramatically. Now, it's incumbent on every member to protect themselves. Now, as I said, I'm a member of the Leisure Trust, and I'm asking you to refer this question to Christina Harry, who can liaise with the Chief Executive of the Leisure Trust on your question. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that is something I will do.
Thank you. Councillor Rees.
Does the Executive Member for Children and Young People believe the new proposed catchment areas, as stated in Appendix 5 of the consultation document, removing surplus secondary school places in South Torfaen for English medium secondary schools, contributes to increased social cohesion in Cwmbran as a whole?
Yes. Thank you for the question. In my experience, Torfaen has not encountered any sort of unrest associated with a lack of social cohesion, which other places, often larger cities, have experienced. I'm sure that all right-minded people want it to remain the case. And schools across the county borough will continue to make a very important contribution to the preparation of young people for a full and active role in society. The Council and its schools share that responsibility along with other community leaders, but our particular focus is on improving educational outcomes and, through the experience of going to school, the development in our learners of common values, a sense of belonging and an appreciation of diversity. Appendix 4 of the consultation document, which shows the home location of pupils attending each of the Cwmbran secondary schools, demonstrates that home location is frequently not a factor in determining choice of school. So I don't believe a change in catchment areas will in itself have a negative impact on social cohesion. The proposals to reduce surplus secondary school places and the associated adjustments to the catchment areas are a response to the fact that we have more secondary schools than we need in Cwmbran. We have to address that situation, and in doing so, the Council has to be able to demonstrate that the standard of education in any new arrangement will be at least as good as the current provision. Estin will provide its opinion on that. The Council also expects that the new school arrangements will continue and improve upon the good work of our schools in Cwmbran and across Torfaen in preparing young people for later life. Improvements in learner outcomes and the continued good work in our schools should have a positive impact on social cohesion in the area. Done?
That's it. Right.
Thank you.
Supplementary? No. Thank you. Giles Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask the Executive Member of Neighbourhood Services why members can't report fly tipping directly to Neighbourhood Services so that it can be logged as fly tipping. I have, along with my ward colleagues, visited areas in our ward that has seen a huge increase in fly tipping, and yet when I have tried to report it to Neighbourhood Services, I am told that it is no longer the department I have to contact. Could you please give me information as how you now record the stats relating to fly tipping.
Yeah, thank you for that, Giles, and I say thank you because what you have done in this question, you've highlighted a loophole that members weren't aware of. And just to qualify that, there was a fly tipping report submitted to the Cleaner Scrutiny Committee in February 2013. And it outlined that performance in this area had been poor and that a more streamlined procedure had been introduced. This new procedure has been in place since January 2013. And fly tipping performance, insofar as collecting fly tipping within 5 working days, has improved significantly. Our current target is 80%, and we are currently projecting that we will exceed our target to 96%. The improvement in our performance has been the result of ensuring that all such reports are made via Call Torfaen, so they are logged onto the system. A ticket is raised and the matter dealt with as swiftly as possible. It has recently come to our attention that a very small number of members' inquiries relate to requests to remove fly tipping and as such are not being captured and recorded against our performance indicators. We will ask members to support us in helping to ensure that our performance and record keeping remains robust in this area. Therefore, if members or any resident want to report fly tipping, then it is essential they phone Call Torfaen so that the call can be logged correctly. A ticket will be raised and the matter dealt with as swiftly as possible. However, I appreciate this is a change of procedure that members have not yet been informed of formally, but an email will be issued to the Chief Officer over the next few days explaining the process in detail. This answer will be reproduced in the minutes of the Council, which every member will be able to see it.
All right, thanks. Just to clarify, then, if I need to report a fly tipping incident now or any other member, to use the automated Call Torfaen and not the normal email address we normally send it to. Okay,
That's right, because we have an obligation under our performance indicators on fly tipping to collect them within 5 days, and we were missing some. That's the truth of it. So thank you for that.
Do you want a supplementary for him? Yeah, whatever. You know John will like it, doesn't he? Fiona?
What progress has been made since my motion in 2012 towards making members paperless?
Thank you, Fiona. The motion agreed in December 2011 required the Council to move forward conducting business digitally with the effect from May 2012. Every member since the local government elections that took place in May that year has been offered a wireless laptop and has been provided with a comprehensive ICT training programme. The training programme has included one-to-one and class-based sessions on basic ICT training, digital meetings and Microsoft Office 2010 overview. Over that same period, an opt-in list was introduced that required members to publicly state their wish to receive hard copy agendas, and Democratic Service also removed the distribution of a hard copy agenda for members who did not sit on specific committees. At present, around 25% of members regularly attend meetings paperless. At Council, for example, only 31 members choose to receive hard copy agendas. The remaining 13 tend to operate digitally. During the early stages of the opt-in scheme, the numbers were nearer 50%, but due to some intermittent ICT problems at the time, a number of members opted back in to receive paper copies. With this in mind, a temporary member ICT technician was employed for 6 months to try and address any issues that surfaced and to rebuild confidence. As a result, many of the ICT issues have now been resolved. The now former member ICT technician that has been made available by the SRS before and during key meetings, such as the Council, to fix any issues that arise. In my opinion, while progress has clearly been made towards working paperless, it has not yet been developed as far as I would have liked. With this in mind, I would implore any member that is interested to contact the Head of Strategic and Democratic Services directly, who will arrange a dedicated training programme to be provided that will build the skills and competence of any member needed to participate in the meeting digitally.
Thank you, Leader. Supplementary?
Thank you, Leader. That's a good answer. I would be interested to know how much has been saved. I know I estimated at the time, with officers' advice, obviously, that we could save around about 20,000 if we went paperless. So it'd be interesting. I know you won't be able to give me that answer now, but at a later date, if it'd be possible to find out how much it now costs.
Yes, I'll do that.
Right, next, Mary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Would the Executive Member for Children and Young People comment on the findings of the recent Western Mail survey of primary schools, which, using 21 indicators of good performance, places a Torfaen primary school as number 1 in Wales and another Torfaen primary school in the top 50. Furthermore, it seems almost all Torfaen primary schools were placed in the top 50% of the 1,462 maintained primary schools in Wales. That's 232,865 pupils, and not one in the bottom quartile. Although such surveys can be open to criticism, surely we have grounds for celebrating this published media recognition of good practice and success with early years education in Torfaen, and reassure our schools, prospective parents, carers, that Torfaen primary schools provide good opportunities for children to reach their full potential. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Sorry.
Thanks.
Right.
I'm very pleased. I'll say a little bit more. I'm particularly pleased because the top school in Wales, according to that survey, is in my own ward. So, but we need to remember this is an unofficial survey. It's not accepted by Estyn. It doesn't mean, therefore, that we're coming out of special measures. But I think in publicising the fact, as you have done in asking the question, is actually a good way of publicising that Torfaen primary schools do provide children with good opportunities. Thanks.
Thank you, Bright. Supplementary, May?
No, just to add, I have not named the schools for obvious reasons, because the downside of any league table is if you're not in the top sort of cohort, then you could suffer with admissions. I think it's the principle of recognising that some really good stuff is happening is very important.
Thank you. Councillor Eanes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Will the Executive Member for Housing, Planning and Public Protection confirm which councillors, county, borough or community, were asked to agree, approve or comment on a draft copy of the brochure Pontypool Renewal Area November 2013 edition?
Thank you once again, Elizabeth. No councillors were asked to comment on a draft of the brochure. As the neighbourhood renewal area lasted for a period of 10 years, in July 2013, the current and the former Pontypool councillors were invited to contribute to the development of the content of the brochure, as was the leader and myself. Those who responded and submitted contributions were included in the brochure. The councillor for Pontypool didn't respond, and I respect his decision not to do that.
Supplementary?
No, if I could have that in writing, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, would you like a copy of the email that was sent to the Pontypool councillor?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. Will the Executive Member for Neighbourhood Services make a statement in regard to the current condition of the public highway footpaths and pavements across Torfaen? Just for members' interests, if like, pavements are an old-fashioned word now, I've been informed, and the engineering terminology is footways.
Right. In answer to that, in the last 2 years, the Highway Network Section have undertaken an annual survey of adopted highways based on nationally agreed rules, and these revealed that the overall safety condition is improving. All highways footways are routinely inspected in accordance with the criteria set out in the Council's Highway Maintenance Plan. This defines the frequency of inspections, the defect intervention criteria used, and the response time for any necessary repairs. Footways identified from these inspections as in need of major repair are prioritised accordingly and undertaken using our budget allocations. That answer will be reproduced in the Council minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. In regarding the supplementary, I don't have a supplementary question as such, but if you do have a copy of the criteria and how it's prioritised, if that could be circulated to all members, I would very much appreciate that.
Well, I do have that, but it is, I have to warn you, a substantial document, but we can provide that.
Jeffries.
Is the leader proud of the work undertaken by his cabinet?
Thank you, Councillor Rees. Yes, I'm immensely proud of the work undertaken by Cabinet. Just this morning, we've seen a budget set that has seen no major service cuts, one of the lowest council tax increase in Wales, and no significant job losses. It is not possible to achieve an outcome like that against the current backdrop of austerity and the emerging picture across Wales, without a Cabinet and a leadership team working together in the best interests of residents. Members may also have seen the recent ministerial report on 2011-2013 local government performance across Wales. Whilst the report relates to past years, it is worth noting that we've seen some notable quartile improvements in 3 of the 7 indicators that relate to our 2014-15 budget priorities on education, social care and waste. We also maintained our quartile position in the other 4, but still have seen improvements within. I believe that this again is something that should be heralded. There's always work to be done to improve on many areas of performance, including education, where we are working hard to improve results and move out of special measures. I trust all members in the Cabinet and beyond will continue to play a constructive part in these efforts.
Thank you, Leader. Supplementary?
Yes. I recognise there has been some improvement, but I'm not satisfied that it's been enough if we're still in the bottom 4 in some of these quartiles. If we're still in the bottom 25% of some of these performance measures as required by the Welsh Government. So, as the AGM is approaching, and we haven't seen much in the way of new blood in the Cabinet for a long time, will you be taking this opportunity at the AGM to introduce some new blood from the backbenches?
Can you just say that again, that last bit, Jeff? And speak into the mic if you could.
Sure. So, I accept there have been some worthwhile improvements, but there's still some things that need improving, especially on those 4 areas where we are still in the bottom 25%. Given that the AGM is approaching, have you considered introducing some new blood into your Cabinet?
I'm sure you'll know that after the AGM, Jeff.
Councillor Cross.
Why has an item within today's budget been scheduled for scrutiny discussion tomorrow?
Yeah, thank you for that. Just to make 2 points before I answer the question. I mean, as a very experienced chair of scrutiny, yourself, for many years, and also a member of the Scrutiny Committee for Cleaner, you will realise that that is not a question that you can ask an executive member, because we do not determine what and when items are discussed on scrutiny. In point of fact, I don't think we're allowed to do that. The second point I want to make, which I've just forgotten, but it doesn't really matter, I'll give you the answer to your question. Or not, it's not an answer to your question as such, but it's a little bit of background of how we've reached this. But you are a member of the Scrutiny Committee, and you determine when it's going to be agenda, not me. But the budget report that was approved at the Council on the 28th of January approved the mitigation measures which were submitted to joint scrutiny on the 20th of November. Now, I'm making an assumption here, because in your question you didn't say what it was. You didn't say what item you were talking about, but you did mention it earlier on, and so my assumption was correct. One such measure was the £65,000 saving in neighbourhood services to reduce the school crossing patrol service through reviewing each individual crossing point and assessing it against the current national criteria. Council has therefore already approved the budget reduction, but at Council today we have bound everything together in one place. As part of the joint scrutiny back in November, members were asked the Chief Officer for Neighbourhood Services and relevant executive member should ensure that all members receive the outcome of the review of school crossing patrol, and the Cleaner and Overview and Scrutiny Committee has the opportunity to scrutinise any proposals for change prior to the decision for implementation being taken. The consultation is now concluded and is being brought back to the Cleaner Communities Committee as requested. It's always worth noting that whilst the decision to reduce the budget has been taken at Council, the decision to actually implement the changes will not be taken by the Executive Member for Neighbourhood Services for a few weeks. The Scrutiny Committee will therefore have the opportunity to establish whether the processes that have been used as a basis for the review are clear. And will also be able to consider whether the proposals to engage and communicate key stakeholders is appropriate. The recommendation of the committee to this end will then inform the decision that will be taken to the Executive Member at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. That was a really good answer. In fairness, I didn't actually say who to send it to. This was assumed it was sent to you. I wasn't entirely certain which member to send it to, bearing in mind what you're saying.
Well, it doesn't really matter. No executive member can determine what is agenda and when we discuss it.
It was, and I had spoken to an officer about this, and it did seem like a scheduling or an officer's decision. My main concern, and I do have a question at the end of it, was the timing being poor. I mean, we have better informed councillors in debate if we have scrutiny before we discuss these things. I recognise, or before we've made a vote on these things, I recognise that the decision has been made today, but then members going tomorrow will have already feel that, well, the decision has been made and there's not necessarily as much leeway now, whereas perhaps, were they not happy with the process, they would have made more of an argument within this council, within the budget today. But more than anything,
Can I just stop there, Fiona? Have you got a question?
I do. It was just the main point that I wanted to make was my main concern was that it's the confusion that it causes to the public. We've said that we've finished the budget today, but yet we're debating an element of it tomorrow. It sounds like it's almost like a done deal, like tomorrow is irrelevant. And I'm sure members would appreciate. I know I've spoken to other councillors who agreed that they were a bit confused why we were debating something that we decided today. So, my main question is, I'll cut back the other waffle that I had on here. Thank you, Mayor. Is that what can we do to ensure that scrutiny has the proper presence in the future? Now, I appreciate, as you've said, that you can't decide that, but then I'll open it up to other officers, councillors, that can we ensure that we have scrutiny, relevant scrutiny, before we make a decision on something?
Yeah, I understand that you will have this debate, and as you will appreciate that the sites have been anonymised within the report because we couldn't really send the report out with the specific sites on.
John, can I stop you there now? We need to move on. It's not the right time now to go through all that.
You want me to go on, or what?
Yeah.
I'm trying to answer Councillor Fiona Cross's question. Anyway, it will be debated tomorrow. You will have more detail, presumably, than you've had within written report, because, as I said, it is anonymised. But the decision hasn't been made by me yet. The only decision made is that we will save £65,000. And how we achieve that now depends on how you respond within scrutiny tomorrow.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Does the Leader agree that a local authority shall not publish any material which, in whole or in part, appears to be designed to affect public support for a political party, as referenced in the Welsh Government's Code of Recommended Practice on Local Authority Publicity in Wales, and also in Section 2 of the Local Government Act 1986? And will the Leader pledge to support any successful reporting of such?
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
Supplementary?
No, just really just would like to add something. Apologies for what could be perceived as quite tedious questions. But as a bit of background, I submitted an email to officers in January and I've been waiting for their response, hence them coming to full council.
Can I ask if the officers have received that correspondence? Help if you explain what the correspondence was about.
Sorry, Leader. I don't think there's been a question from Councillor Haynes as a supplementary. It was just a statement. I think this is member question time.
Let's
move on to Councillor Kemp's question.
Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. Would the Executive Member for Resources give a statement in regard to whether or not the financial allocation for discretionary housing payments 2013-14 will be fully awarded?
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. The total cash limited allocation for discretionary housing payments the Council is allowed to spend is £483,960. The Council receives Department for Work and Pensions funding towards 2/5 of this cash limit, which works out at £193,584. We have to fund the remainder ourselves. The latter figure has been exceeded significantly due to the high demand for additional assistance with housing costs attributed to housing benefit changes such as the bedroom tax. For the current financial year, overall expenditure is expected to be between £360,000 and £370,000 based on current demand, although there is still a scope for an increase before the closure of this year's fund on April the 6th. 2,416 awards have been made so far this year. 92% of applications have been successful, and the average award is £10.58 per week. This is obviously a demand-led budget. We remain committed to our budgetary decision to meet all of the demand in line with our approved policy.
Supplementary?
Yes, Mayor. My supplementary question is, how is the Council going to make use of the surplus amount of £124,000? Because I've got concerns that it's going to be lost to the area of housing.
Of course, firstly, we don't know what the surplus is going to be until the end of the financial year. Unfortunately, we can't roll it forward into next year because the limit that we're allowed to assign is limited at that figure of £483,960. So it's not possible to roll it over. Of course, there are lots of other pressures on our spending due to benefit reforms, and it can be, any extra can be considered in that context.
And so it won't stay within the area of housing then, not necessarily? The 124,000.
Councillor Kemp, you had your supplementary. Thank you.
But I don't think the executive member answered it.
Leader?
Yes, I just want to make a comment, Mr Mayor, that Budget Day is the most important day of the year. It's very sad, actually, that there are councillors who were here at the beginning of the meeting have decided to leave, and I think that you should have a word with them.
Thank you, Leader. Agenda item 19, date of next meeting. For your information, members, the next council meeting will be held on Tuesday, the 8th of April, 2014 at 10 a.m. Agenda item 20, Cabinet decision. Members, 11th of February, Cabinet decisions are shown in the Council agenda for your information, as usual. That's it, isn't it? Everyone noted? Yeah. You want to ask some questions?
It's about the decision for the Housing Solutions Collaboration Options Appraisal. And this can be my second go at the Old Williams Commission. How does the leader square this decision with the recommendations of the Williams Commission?
I didn't hear a bit of that. You'll have to speak up and speak into the mic. And by the way, Mr Mayor, I thought you'd shut the meeting. But go on.
Here we go again, right. So this is about the Cabinet decision for Housing Solutions Collaboration Options Appraisal, which is about approving the development of a joint housing solution shared service between Torfaen and Monmouthshire councils. How do you square this decision compared to the recommendations of the Willing Commission, which is suggesting that we merge with Blaenau Gwent Caerphilly, not Monmouthshire?
We're into the Williams Commission again with the sound of it. I'll give you the answer in writing.
Right, members, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will be brief as always. It's in relation to the funding under the Vibrant and Viable Places programme. I note in here that the 8.2 million has been announced by the Minister for Housing and Regeneration, and I'm glad to hear that. But I wonder why the three main settlements of Torfaen are not included in this. As Pontypool and Cwmbran is included, but Blanavon is excluded.
Needs to be directed towards the Yeah, that's right, different criteria. The criteria didn't allow to include Blanavon. Is that right, Christine? Yeah.
Can I have that in writing, please, the criteria and the reason why Blanavon wasn't included in it?
Right, everybody happy now? Thank you all for coming and thank you all for being patient.